Hello my friends, and welcome back to my channel. Today I felt like doing a pick a card. So today I'm going to be doing you and them and what is the future of this connection. But before we get into what is the future of this connection, I will be doing an energy check for each pile. So don't be too hard on yourself if you pick, like if you're drawn to a pile and you pick it and you're not resonating with the energy check, just try choosing another pile if you feel called to. It's also possible that maybe there's not a message here for you today, but you can always check my other pick-a-cards. They're timeless, so I find that even myself, I'll watch pick-a-cards that my favorite tarot readers have made like 2 years ago, and they resonate perfectly for my situation now. But yeah, just trust your intuition. And if you're forcing it, if you're forcing the message or you're forcing things to fit, that's an indication that it's not your message. But I feel like this is going to be a very long reading, so maybe we should get into it. I will post the names of these decks in the description box below because right now the name of this deck is escaping me. I will mention where it's from though. Let me just grab my book here. There we go. All right, so for pile number 1, we have the Spring Glade Tarot by Hattie Thorne. And the crystal is this frog. For pile number 2, the name of the tarot deck is escaping me right now, but it is from Oak, Ash, and Thorn. And we have a fox. And for pile number 3, this is the Wild Reflection Tarot. And we have a squirrel. So if you need a moment to sit with the energy, feel free to pause the video here and I will see you at your pile. Hello pile 1 and welcome to your reading. If you chose pile 1 and the Spring Glade Tarot by Hattie Thorne and this little froggy, this is going to be your reading all about you and your person and what the future of this connection is. I have a lot of cards here to get through, so we'll just dive right in. I'm going to explain your energy first so that you know if this is your pile, and then we'll look at your person's energy, and then we'll look at the connecting energy between you. And then I also have, I pre-shuffled cards for what the future of this connection is, which I think I'll save until after tarot. And maybe I'm just going to bring my charms out. I think I'm going to pull charms at the end, but I need to put them right in front of me or else I'll forget. So right away, the fact that you chose the frog says a lot to me because the frog represents cleansing, releasing, and healing. It gives me like 4 of Swords energy. So I think that right now you and your person are both going through a lot of releasing, cleansing, and healing. Although I suspect you're farther along on your journey than your person is. I think you're farther along on your journey of transformation and healing than this person is. I think you've been on your journey for a while. And I think your person is now catching up to you, is what I'm hearing. I'm also feeling called to these 2 little cats here, and the fact that I put that cat in that bowl and it's up above that black cat. You could resonate with being a divine counterpart for sure. I think that there's a lot of things going on in this connection beneath the surface. I think there's a lot in this reading or this pile about how this was a connection that was meant to transform the both of you and to help you heal. But anyway, I'm just going to put the froggy right here, kind of in between the 2 cats here, the black and white cat, yin and yang. So I'm going to set this tarot aside until we get into all of this energy. All right, so we're going to begin with you. So for your energy, we do have the Lion, and the Lion is one of my favorite cards. It is a card of patience and someone who is the Lion talks about someone who's been through personal and spiritual transformations and is very dedicated to healing and very dedicated to their spiritual path. And again, there is an energy of patience with this lion. So I feel like if this is you right now, you are in this energy of trying to be patient. I'm not sure if you're patient all the time. I'm not sure if like this is an everyday type of energy that you feel, this patience for your person. I think that maybe based on the connecting energy that I was seeing, I think that maybe some days you question it and some days you get into your head. What is also possible is you could be mistaking that energy of anxiety or that energy of hopelessness. You could actually be mistaking that for your person's energy. Like you could be feeling your person's energy and thinking that it's yours, especially if you're an empath and you are still learning how to protect your energy and to know what energy you're feeling and whose it is when you're feeling it. There are exercises that you can do when feelings of anxiety and hopelessness wash over you. You can put your hand on your heart and you can kind of center yourself, try and find your center, and ask yourself, is this feeling mine? And why am I feeling it? Because if it just seems to come out of nowhere, I feel like you're picking up on your person's energy. So we have fire on this side, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. And I love this deck so much that I am going to read you the card because I just love this deck so much. Patient, regal, a complete master. When in balance, the epitome of peace and strength. When out of balance, withdrawn, too serious. To bring into balance daily meditation and friendship. And that's interesting. Side note, I'm not sure if it'll come out in the reading, but one of your cards has two birds on it, two owls. And one of the things that card talks about is friendship. So right now you may be spending time, like you could be putting energy into a friendship, or maybe you recently made a friend on this journey who resonates with the journey you're on, or who is also spiritual and into personal transformation. I'm just, again, to bring into balance, daily meditation, friendship. And it made me remember this card. I'll just show it to you. This card here, we have the owls. And 12 is, 12 is hanged man energy. And this, again, this card specifically talks about that there could be a special friendship around you right now. But that's not going to be for all of you, I'm hearing. The lion is a master of the fire element and the living mascot of self-transformation. A lion personality dedicates their life to personal and spiritual growth. This dedication inspires some and intimidates others. Therefore, the lion is respected by all but known intimately by few. So you could have if you're someone who's on this spiritual and healing journey, and you're dedicated to personal growth, you may find it hard. Like you could have had friendships that have fallen away since you've transformed, even this person maybe, that you're connected to. Your light or your healing could be triggering to others. So you may find that people are intimidated by you or intimidated by your light. The other thing that I hear with the lion card is you may have a problem with surface level connections or surface level friendships. And for some of you, like I said, maybe you have you've made some sort of spiritual friend, or maybe you're about to. I did a reading yesterday that talked about you're about to get a leg up on this journey. The universe is sending you a friend for this next phase of your journey. So for some of you, you could be about to meet a friend who is also on a similar path to you that you can talk to about these things. From the lion, I get the energy, I get this energy of like wanting more than just surface level connections. You want connections that honor all of this personal and spiritual growth that you've done. And that could also be your opinion towards this person. Like you could be feeling how can I put that? You could be hoping that this person is waking up or doing transformation themselves or discovering their own spirituality. But anyway, let's continue. Some mistake the lion as hard to access or aloof, but those with a keener eye know better. Lions are observant, stealth, and precise in their words and actions. They do not waste energy or resources. This card reminds us that self-mastery is available to all, no matter where our quest begins. So again, you may be done like giving your time and energy to surface level connections or connections that don't honor this side of you. So you could have just a few small select friends, or maybe even just one friend. I'm hearing I can resonate with that. But like I said, it's a very patient energy, trusting in your inner knowing. I feel like right now you are very focused on releasing, cleansing, healing. Beautiful energy. Happy to see it. Happy to see it. So we also have the owl here, which I believe is earth energy, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Like I said, there's something here about hanged man energy. So I don't think that you're currently like in a committed connection with this person. There's also something here I'm seeing with the owl. I think of the high priestess, and I think of trusting your inner knowing, trusting your inner voice. There could also be things that this person did to you that you ruminate about or you think about, and you kind of go back and forth between like unconditional love for this person, but also thinking about some of the ways that they wronged you. Something about this owl card, I'm also seeing, again, kind of this back and forth energy where sometimes you could be like, I feel like sometimes you mirror this person's energy or you pick up on this person's energy. I feel like you're probably an empath and you can feel them. But if you don't know that you're feeling their energy, it could be sending you into kind of this like confusion where you, I call it ping-ponging, where you ping-pong back and forth between your ego and your intuition, your ego and your inner knowing, if that makes sense. You could be clairvoyant with this owl energy. And again, for some of you, I feel like you have a friendship that you put your time and energy into, or you're about to meet a friend on a similar type of journey to you, is what I'm hearing. All right, maybe this won't take as long as I thought. We have listen, high priestess energy. So you're really trying to listen to your intuition. You could be someone who's also trying to overcome like heavy programming or deeply ingrained behaviors from possibly trauma or from even past lives. I feel like you're someone who does see through the veil. You see through, I feel like you saw through this person. But again, with the birds there, with the owl there, there's something about, sometimes I feel you do ruminate over some of the more negative things that happened between you and this person, or some of their behaviors towards you, and it makes you kind of question your intuition, if that makes sense. So right now you're really trying to trust your intuition. You're listening to that inner voice. You're trying to be patient. The high priestess is also a very quiet energy, so it feels like you're not taking any action towards this person. You're not reaching out to them. You're kind of sitting in your black cat energy is what I'm hearing. And black cat energy, black cat is, if you know how dogs behave, you know, they call it golden retriever and black cat energy. Dogs, the way they behave is they're always there. They're always like, as soon as you open the door, they're all over you. They're always there, right? And that's, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you could have been always there for this person, and maybe you know, maybe they didn't know how to hold that. Maybe they were afraid of that. Maybe they didn't know what to do with that energy. And I feel like right now with the High Priestess, with the Lion and the rest of your cards, it really does feel like you are, you know, you're very quiet right now. You're remaining calm, cool, and collected, and you're in that black energy. And I've totally forgot what I was saying. But when you think about cats, I miss my cat. My cat's downstairs with my son. But I've used Wally as an example, my cat. He'll sit across from me here when I'm doing readings, and I'll call him and I'll be like, come here. And that cat only comes to you if it wants to come to you. That cat doesn't need that affection. That cat doesn't need to like jump all over you like a dog. So you could resonate with being in black cat energy. So High Priestess is Pisces energy. And then we have the Queen of Gabriel, which I love. Queen of Wands energy, another card of like black cat energy. Really sitting in your confidence, perhaps going through a glow up right now. Very connected to spirit, very connected to your inner knowing. There's just something about that bird card though, that sometimes, like I said, it's either your ego, your mind plays tricks on you, that programmed, outdated beliefs pop in, your subconscious pops in, and you start questioning everything. But most of the time, I feel like you are trusting in your connection with spirit. You're trusting your inner knowing. You could be doing something creative right now as well with the Queen of Wands. You don't have to be, but you could be creating something right now, something that you intuitively felt called to create, or you could be thinking about it. You could be putting action towards, you know, some sort of creative endeavor. You could be like wanting to be a light worker, for example. So the words here, you can do anything right now. Go after what you want. The ability to attract helpful people. That's another thing. Like it feels like you're attracting in, I want to say a friend. If you haven't already attracted them in, I feel like you are attracting in someone who's going to help you on your journey. Someone who is, whether that's through work, whether that's a friend. You could be getting a lot of attention from people right now. People could be telling you, you know, you look like you're glowing. There's something about your light, especially with the Lion, the High Priestess, the light, Queen of Wands. There's something about your light right now that is kind of, you're in a very magnetic energy. So I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if you are attracting a lot of attention or you cross paths with someone who's going to help you on your journey, whether that's a friend, whether that's someone through work, or someone who can help you create whatever this is that you want to create or are working on creating. I just need to make sure this is straight in the camera. I can't really see it. Hopefully that's straight. And then your energy, we have masculine energy. And this is not about gender. You could be a masculine, but it's not about gender. But what I'm seeing here is High Priestess is divine feminine energy. And we have masculine energy here. So it feels like right now you're very balanced in your energy, very yin and yang, very like you have a healthy amount of feminine energy, a healthy amount of masculine energy. And this masculine energy is the energy, you know, you kind of need to embody to go after your dreams. So I think for some of you, you are being called to create something or start your own empire or be a light worker. You could be like with the High Priestess and the Owls and the Queen of Gabriel. I feel like you're very connected to spirit. You could have psychic abilities. You could be highly intuitive. You could be clairvoyant. Very beautiful energy on your side. But like I said, it's just that one card and the connecting energy between you that makes me feel like sometimes you pick up on this person's energy and you mistake it for your own, or you ping pong back and forth between your intuition and your inner knowing. and your subconscious mind and your ego. Because again, that owl card does talk about kind of ruminating about some of the things this person did to you in the past. And maybe you turn that into power. Maybe, you know, whatever they did to you in the past, instead of internalizing it, which maybe you did internalize it for a while, but maybe you're turning that into your power now, and you're learning from those lessons, and you're seeing, well, if that person did that to me, why is that triggering me? Because clearly you're someone who's dedicated to personal transformation. Now, the body language in these cards is interesting because it's all over the place. It's all over the place. So it's like the lion here is looking over in the direction of this person. So I do feel like you have this hope or this inner knowing that this is unfinished, whatever went down with this person over here. But there's also this energy of you focusing on yourself and putting your energy towards something over here as well with this masculine energy. This masculine's body language is pointed this way. So that's what I mean. It's like sometimes I feel like you're really focused on something over here. Other times you're really focused on your inner knowing and yourself. And then sometimes your focus or what you're feeling makes you think of this person, if that makes sense. So let's get your person's energy. I was kind of hoping that the frog was going to come out, but it didn't. I just thought that would be so magical. So we have the oyster, which another beautiful energy. The oyster, I will read the card, but the oyster is an energy where something is being created there, and you can see that there's some kind of transformation happening within this shell. You can see the light. It's like this person is starting to see the light. There's illumination there beneath the surface. For some reason, I just started hearing, what song is that? Oh my gosh. Underneath It All. Underneath It All. Is that what it's called, by Shakira? I always mess up the names of songs and who sings them. But for some reason, I just started hearing Underneath. Is that the song I'm hearing? I wish I knew the lyrics to that song. Underneath. Or is it Underneath My Skin? I can't remember. I feel like you've gotten under this person's skin. I know there's a song about that too. Could be Frank Sinatra. I think I'm just butchering songs right now. I've Got You Under My Skin. Is that a song? Anyway, I feel like you've left a mark on this person is my point. And I feel like underneath the surface, there's a lot going on with this person, and there's this pearl being formed. When I know that when the oyster feels weak, it shuts itself away and it avoids and it runs away. So you could be dealing with someone who is a runner. As soon as I got into your person's energy, I got very warm. I don't know if you noticed, but I rolled up my sleeves on my sweater because I just started feeling very warm. We have water energy here. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Why did that, for some reason, I don't know. Your person's energy, I feel like there's a lot of, how can I say this? As soon as I started channeling them, my mind got quite foggy. And like hard to find the words, hard to focus. So I feel like your person could be going through a lot right now. But with the oyster, through irritation, through grit, through problems, I'm hearing this beautiful pearl is being formed. And I do feel like your person is starting to see the light. Again, you can see the illumination around this oyster card. So let's look at that oyster card. Hiding inner treasure. So Right now, this person is just starting to tap into their potential. I feel like they're just starting to tap into their own personal transformation and growth. Whereas I feel you, again, with the cats, I feel like you have already tapped into that light. Like you are very full of light over here. You're very magnetic. And like that lion card talked about, that can be intimidating to people. So this person could have been intimidated by all your growth and transformation and kind of pulled away, felt very weak, ran away, went out of balance, reluctant, gripping, clams up to bring into balance, share something. So it does feel like there is something that this person wants to share with you, possibly about what's going on in their life. I feel like your person is going through it right now. And again, I think that you pick up on that energetically, whether you understand you're picking up on their energy or not. And I just heard for some of you, like hearing that your person is going through it, you could be thinking like, maybe I should reach out. They need to go through this. You need to let them go through whatever they're going through is what I'm hearing. The focus and determination of the oyster is unmatched. That's hilarious because I just said when I got over here onto this side, all of a sudden I couldn't focus and I was like having problems finding my words. So in the past, your person could have been unfocused. They could have been very distracted. They could have, had avoidant tendencies, is what I'm hearing. But it feels like they're starting to focus on what matters. They're starting to focus on their inner gift here, tapping into their light. Anything the oyster personality puts their mind to, they achieve with grace and charm. The only problem is, oyster types often take themselves for granted. They become shy or doubtful, and this can lead to withdrawing or protecting their deepest desires. So definitely there's a bit of avoidance in this person's energy. And the fact that in your energy, I gave the description of like golden retriever energy versus black cat energy, you could have used to resonate with golden retriever energy, and now you're trying to sit in your black cat energy. And that's, I think, why I felt when I was talking about your person is going through it. Your little golden retriever within, there's nothing wrong with being a golden retriever. But your little golden retriever within might have been like, oh my gosh, I have to go help my person. I think that you need to keep doing what you're doing because you're very magnetic right now, and you're attracting in the people you need to attract in for this part of your journey is what I'm hearing. So when the oyster card appears, it's important to reveal your inner treasures. What is it you've been hesitant to share? So for some of you, your person could also be trying to create something. Like they could be an entrepreneur, or they could have an idea for a business, or they could have a gift that they're hesitant to share with the world. So let's get this one next. We have the Tower, and that is air, that spade is air energy. So Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. I feel like right now, the fact that this is air energy and the fact that we have a Tower, I feel like right now this person's mind is a mess. If I'm just going to be honest, I feel like there's a lot of anxiety. I feel like there's a lot of overthinking. I feel, maybe the fact that I was talking about like programming, some of your person's subconscious programming could be falling away right now as they begin to see the light here. But I just think there's a lot of mental activity up there in their mind. And I do think that you pick up on it. The fact that we have the Tower, this is 19, which is actually, 19 is the sun energy and divine masculine energy. So I feel like whatever this Tower is in their life, whatever it is for them, look at the frog right on the Tower. That's interesting. I think that whatever this energy is that they're going through, it's meant to bring them clarity. It's meant to bring healing. I do feel like your person is going through a lot of Tower moments in their life right now. I'm also feeling called to That's very interesting. There's papers being thrown out of this building. And I thought at first that was a horn, but actually, that looks like a chess piece. That's a chess piece. Checkmate. Anyway, I don't know anything about chess, but I just heard checkmate. I do feel like this person, when I think about that chess piece, I think of the Emperor. And I just feel like right now this person is being divinely guided. I was seeing Archangel Michael. I feel like there's divine intervention here to get them to wake up to this divine masculine energy. The fact that you have masculine energy over here, if you have a soul contract with this person, if you are like divine counterparts, I do feel like by you balancing your divine feminine, divine masculine energy, it is affecting this person. And again, it almost feels like all of these tower moments, whatever they are for your person, is meant to help them embody 19. Wait, that's not where the 19 is. 19 is meant to help them embody that divine masculine energy and step into their power. With the tower, I feel like there's a lot of obstacles in their life right now. A lot of things are being removed. There's a lot of realizations this person is having. I'm hearing that thing that I heard yesterday in a reading, that their inner world reflects their outer world, or is it their outer world reflects their inner world? I want to say their outer world reflects their inner world. So it's like these towers are being put around them in order to wake them up and tap into this light and tap into their potential. And it's like these things are being removed from their life so that they can regain clarity and regain focus on personal transformation, on their inner world, is what I'm hearing. The fact that I put this frog too, like the tower card just kind of serendipitously ended up, because pile one, I don't plan where I put the cards. I just shuffle them out and then I start the reading. Pile one is always like the tester for where the cards are going to lay or how the cards are going to fall. But anyway, I think it's very interesting that the frog is on top of this tower because, like I said, the frog is releasing, cleansing, healing. So it feels like whatever's been distracting your person, whatever's been keeping them stuck, it feels like those things are being removed from their life right now. All right, let's keep going. For your person, we have dedicated effort. So your person could be an entrepreneur with this. This is Eight of Pentacles energy. So it does feel like this person, February 8th, August 2nd could be symbolic, but it does feel like this person they could be an entrepreneur starting their own business or thinking about starting their own business with that oyster. It could be that their day job, they're going through a lot of tower moments with their career right now because the universe is trying to put them on the path of whatever this gift is. The other thing that I find interesting about this card is it feels like this person is like working on themselves. Eight of Pentacles. They're putting a lot of work into themselves. This tower that I'm seeing could be, now that I'm thinking about it, that tower moment could have happened recently in the past. Because again, the oyster and this dedicated effort shows someone who's very focused right now on going within. They're very focused on this pearl. They're very focused on this transformation that's happening. With the dedicated effort, it looks like this person, like maybe they're moving or they're working on their home. But if you look at this card, this person is painting something and they're not really focused on this feminine and masculine image right here. They're kind of looking this way, working on themselves. But look at this light shining on this feminine specifically. So and I'm not talking about gender, but I feel like even as this person went through these tower moments, even though they're, working on something else or they're creating a business or they're they're dedicated to their own self-mastery right now. I do feel like they think about you. I feel like they think about you a lot, and I feel like they're being guided to you, because just the energy of this light is, that light is only shining on the feminine in that image. So I do feel like they're being divinely guided towards you. They're being divinely guided to work on the things they need to work on in order to come back to you, is what I'm hearing. Again, something about being an entrepreneur could be very important for some of you here. The next energy we have for them, so that's earth energy, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, water, air, fire. So it's all here in their energy. And I'm kind of seeing the magician, like I'm seeing somebody working on all of their elements, working on their emotions, working on their mental. Again, what is with your person's energy? It's like, I don't know if they have ADHD or what, but I'm losing words over here when I'm talking about them. Like I'm having a hard time coming up with the right words, but they could be working on all of their elements is what I was seeing. So 4 of Wands in reverse, there is an energy of I feel like there was fear of commitment here. I feel like they saw the potential of commitment with you, especially with this 8 of Pentacles. That also talks about commitment. It also talks about slow and steady. So it's like this person is very slow and steady, having these realizations and working on themselves and opening up to the idea of commitment and opening up to the idea of this connection. But the 4 of Wands in reverse does kind of show this Tower energy as well. Like there's something not stable in their energy right now. There's something, again, it could have to do with their home. They could be feeling very unwelcome with the people in their life that usually they found a lot of comfort in. I'm seeing like friend groups or people that they used to resonate with. They could be feeling kind of like a fish out of water with them right now. They could be feeling like there's a feeling of not feeling welcome. So they could be going through difficulties with some friends or their family. The 4 of Wands in reverse, again, it shows that this person lacks stability and also fear of commitment, fear of public commitment as well. So there could have been something about this connection where they were afraid of other people's opinions. Maybe you're both very different. Maybe there's an age gap. Maybe you work together. Maybe their friends and family had opinions about this connection. It feels like, again, they're working through this right now. I just wanted to look at the 4 of Wands in reverse. Lack of support. So they're really feeling a lack of support in their life right now. And again, I feel like in the past, you were always there to support them, or you were always willing to support them, or you would, right? But right now they kind of have to find their own footing. They need to stand on their own 2 feet and really show that dedicated effort and dedication to self-mastery is what I'm hearing. There's clearly something going on in their life causing this instability, because 4 of Wands talks about instability as well. It also talks about home conflict, lack of roots. And I'm hearing they can only meet you where they are. So if this person had a lot of instability in their life and they had a fear of commitment and they lacked those roots and they weren't confident, then there was no way that they could dedicate themselves to commitment if they're not even dedicated to themselves and their own stability, if that makes sense. What I am seeing in their energy is they are turning things around. I do feel like they're releasing and healing a lot right now. And again, very dedicated to self-mastery, very dedicated and focused. Sometimes though, the fact that I said for you, like sometimes you could have a wave of like anxiety and uncertainty fall over you. I do feel like your person experiences the same thing, because at times in your person's energy, I feel quite focused. And then as soon as I get over here, I feel unfocused. So it could be that whatever's going on in their outer world, the obstacles in their outer world, could distract them from focusing on themselves and what they need to do. And again, I feel like the instability and tower moments in their outer world is a reflection of what's going on in their inner world. And the more they focus on their inner world, I think they'll see that reflected back to them in their outer world. Anyway, your person's energy, again, I go from being really focused to being like in my head and feeling very confused. So I feel like that's symbolic of your person's energy. And then the last card we have is Smell the Roses. Slow down, take some you time. So it does feel like they're trying to slow down in their life. They're trying to remove things that don't align with them anymore. They're trying to, this slow down, take some you time. Right away, I heard for some of you, not all of you, I heard a little bit of resentment, like, oh, must be nice that they can take some they can take some me time after treating me this way. And that's coming from that bird card. That won't be for all of you. But I feel like every now and again, you have that type of feeling creep in about this person. Just release that resentment. If you are feeling anxious and resentful, you're kind of energetically feeding this person's the same energy to this person. So, and now I'm getting cold again. So it's like very hot and cold energy over here, your person. You could resonate with them being hot and cold with you in the past. They could have been quite inconsistent. They could have been quite hot and cold. And now my head is like throbbing. Like I have a headache all of a sudden. Oh my goodness, your person. They're giving me a headache. No, I'm just kidding. But they are actually giving me a headache. But it's just because I'm in their energy. So this person really is trying to smell the roses. And listen, smell the roses. This card always reminds me of the Nine of Pentacles, which is amazing because it's showing this person is working on themselves. They are becoming more self-sufficient. They are going through self-improvements and they're trying to focus on this connection, what they need to do to improve. But again, I feel like there's distractions here that get in the way sometimes. All right, so let's go connecting energy. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to get tarot and then I'll get the future energy that I pulled here. So for connecting energy, where do I even want to begin? We'll begin here. We have helpless and hopeless. So it's funny because I don't feel like you're feeling helpless and hopeless based on your energy. You're in this very empowered energy, but I feel like your person sometimes feels helpless and hopeless. And I feel like you pick up on that, whether you know it's their energy or not. Just remember, if you are going about your day and you are like focusing on something over here and you're talking to a friend and you're going after what you want and you're feeling good, and then all of a sudden you get a wave of emotion over this person, or you get a wave of anxiety or a wave of hopelessness, and it seems to come out of nowhere, it's probably this person's energy. Whoa, that's interesting. This person messing up your alignment. The thing that I was seeing with this card, though, is that connecting energy right now, like let's take away the words helpless and hopeless. The letter H could be symbolic. What else? We also have, let me think about this. Page, Knight, Queen, 13. So February 13th could be symbolic, or January 3rd, March 1st. We have August 4th or April 8th, or January 9th or September 1st, or August 19th, April 19th. Anyway, I just wanted to mention those. The letter H could be symbolic, but let's take away that helpless and hopeless card or word for a minute. The Eight of Cups is about walking away from things that no longer serve you. Releasing, cleansing, healing. It's about leaving your past self behind. It's like when you are the butterfly and you let go of that cocoon and you spread your wings and fly. I do feel like both of you have hope for a brighter future here. But if you look at this card, there's two paths here and then there's mountains. And I think this is symbolic of both of you on your own journeys right now, overcoming your own obstacles in your life. Like I said, you got to let this person, they have to stand on their own 2 feet. You can't go over there and lift them up and try to get them to find their footing. They need to stabilize in their own energy. But I do think there's hope for a brighter future here between the two of you. Now, with this being the connecting energy, someone could have walked away from this connection. Someone could have been accepting less than they deserved here. Like you could have been putting up with behavior that was less than you truly deserved. You could have walked away. You could have chosen yourself in your path of spiritual growth and personal transformation. This person, I see it in their energy, avoidance. So this person very well could have walked away from you. Again, connecting energy, I almost want to take that helpless and hopeless away. Because it's more about leaving behind what no longer serves you. And I think you're both doing that in your own way right now. So that's water energy, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Even when I started your person's reading, like I couldn't remember water signs, which is crazy to me because I say them all the time. When I was trying to channel that music, again, at any time that I get over here, my head starts pounding. So I feel like your person is very much up in their head right now. Well, okay, then we'll take that one. But they're glowing up. There's a reason it fell right on top of them. They're glowing up. So connecting energy, glow up. I love it. So I think that both of you are going through your own glow ups right now. And again, both of you could be having new opportunities, thinking about a new career, thinking about starting your own business. Maybe for some of you, they already started their own business and you're thinking about it, or vice versa. But there's definitely the energy of a glow up happening within this separation is what I'm hearing, which is very positive. I don't know where I want to put that yet. We have the 9 of Michael. Oh my gosh, the imagery. Your worry is unnecessary. Focus your thoughts on the outcome you desire. Release feelings of regret, guilt, and worry to your angels. And just the fact that we have an owl here, and I specifically mentioned over here, I was hearing that sometimes you could ruminate about your worry about the future or about how this person treated you in the past. And I also mentioned at times you could be picking up on this person's energy. And this whole time, like, this is what I've been feeling for your person. Like I've been like, my head is just pounding whenever I talk about them. And the fact that this person is in their bed in 9 of Swords energy, and then we have this owl who's like coming in with this light, I do feel like you're picking up on their energy quite a bit, even if you don't realize it. So right now, like the universe is guiding both of you, or your guides, whatever you resonate with, are guiding both of you to take your focus off the negative and what happened in the past. I'm not saying sweep it under the rug. I'm not saying what they did to you was okay. But there's something about taking your energy, redirecting your energy off of worrying and worrying about the worst outcome or worrying about what's happened in the past, because I feel like your person does that as well. I think that they worry about how they treated you in the past. One thing I was hearing with helpless and hopeless is this person could have just walked away from you thinking that they could find happiness elsewhere, or they could just walk away from this connection easily. And now they could be feeling hopeless about coming in because there is something in their energy about wanting to share something with you. So they could feel like, well, I walked away from that person. They don't want to hear from me. But very, very important. Focus your thoughts on the outcome you desire. And that's for both of you. You're both being guided to focus on the outcome you want here and to not worry about how it'll happen. Don't worry about all the what ifs, to release feelings of regret, guilt, and worry to your angels. That anxiety could also be due to these business opportunities as well, I'm hearing. So 8 of Cups, 9 of Swords, September 8th, August 9th could be symbolic. We have the book 26, so February 6th, August 2nd could be symbolic, or September 26th, August 26th. But this is really interesting because the book talks about there's something that you can't see that's happening here. There's a lot happening here that you can't see with your, your two eyes. You can probably see it with your third eye. I'm guessing you can probably intuitively feel and see what's going on. But I'm just feeling called to the fact that there's a page turning here. And I'm hearing like a new leaf, a new page, a new chapter. So everything that's happening right now that you can't see is happening for this new chapter, or for this fresh start, this new page is what I'm hearing. Anyway, like I said, I'm repeating myself a little, but there's a lot happening here that's being kept from you right now. And especially with your person being an oyster energy, they're transforming, but they're not telling you that. They're not showing you that. They're kind of hiding that transformation right now. Why am I thinking about my animal deck? What do I need to look at? Spirit's telling me to look at my animal deck. Hang on. Why? Oh, that's why. Snake. Okay. Spirit, you're funny. For some reason, I was seeing the earthworm. When I was talking about your person going through this transformation, there's like, how can I put this? How can I describe this, what I'm seeing? I'm trying to think of what I'm seeing, but Look Who's Talking is coming to my mind. Where the little spermie goes into the egg, and you can't see what's happening within the egg. All you can see is like this electricity. You can't actually see what's happening. It just shows sparks. Anyway, I started seeing the earthworm, and then my guides were like, pick up your animal deck, and we have this snake on the bottom. So the snake talks about untapped potential, I believe. Guardian of unawakened magic and creative potential. It's well worth considering the amount of unawakened or untapped potential within. What would life look like if you woke it up? How can you stir it from its slumber? So that's interesting. I feel like that's both of you. All right. And one more card for connecting energy. We have Focus, the Magician. So right now you're both meant to be focusing on your own journeys. You're both meant to be focusing on spiritual lessons you need to learn. There's also something about the paper flying out of this. There's something about the paper flying out of this tower here. Maybe your person is fulfilling some of the things on their soul contract that they needed to fulfill, finally. I'm hearing finally. There's also something here about focusing on your untapped potential or your unawakened magic, just like that snake. The fact that we have a swirl here, swirls also talk about patterns. So right now I feel like you're both focusing on patterns that you maybe went through in the past that you don't want to repeat moving forward. You and this person could have been stuck in a pattern between each other is what I'm hearing. Anyway, that's what we have for... I kind of feel for your person, I'm going to be honest, because my head feels like it's spinning. Like it's not that I feel dizzy. It's not that I have vertigo or something. But I just feel like, how can I explain this? Again, anytime I try and channel their energy, my mind is just like, ugh, I don't know how to explain it to you. But you know how, oh, it's been so long since I studied for a test. But maybe you know that like when you're cramming for an exam or maybe your person's a student, but when you're cramming for like a test and you like study for like 4 hours and you stay up late studying and then you go do that exam and you come out of it and you just feel like mentally wiped. That's kind of how I feel whenever I tap into your person's energy. So we have Page of Pentacles on the bottom, Ace of Swords, clarity. Page of Pentacles reminds me of that book, The New Chapter. So this is all making way for a new chapter. I do feel like right now both of you are dedicated to growth in your own energies. Look, we have the King of Swords, clarity, but detached. So they have this clarity. They see the truth of this situation, but they're still detached. Again, King of Swords in their head, lots of mental activity over there. Lots of overthinking. We have the Hierophant, spiritual lessons being learned. Spiritual contract. They could be having clarity about the fact that they do see commitment with you because the Hierophant is the marriage card. And they had a few cards. They had a few cards about marriage. Like the Eight of Pentacles can be about commitment. The Four of Wands is about commitment. Also, there's something about the paper being thrown out of this tower, like some of their outdated beliefs, some of their old beliefs being thrown out of that tower. Ooh, we have the Ten of Swords in reverse. Lessons being learned. This card is... Ten of Swords in reverse is about learning these lessons that need to be learned, and then in love, it's about reconciliation and putting a connection back together. We have the Queen of Pentacles, beautiful. So you could be, you know, protecting your energy right now with the Queen of Pentacles, knowing your worth, you're nurturing yourself. Also, side note, Queen of Pentacles, this person could have felt like they had nothing to offer you. Like they could have you, like these two cats, they could have you up on a pedestal. And I always thought, oh, that would be great to be put up on a pedestal, but it's not. Because that person will forever be looking up to you, not feeling like they're enough, if that makes sense. You know what? Let's just put these two on the same level here. There we go. We have strength. So this person could be lacking confidence right now. Your inner strength, your inner knowing could be being tested right now. A lot of people will say that's the divine feminine on that card. So you could just have a way with this person. And now I'm hearing you've got a way with me, which I think is Shania Twain. Lots of music whenever I go over to your person. All right. Oh, of course we have the Lovers on the bottom. Of course that's the first card. Oh my goodness. So you could, I do feel like you and this person feel, with strength and the Lovers, I do feel like you feel a very strong connection to each other. You feel each other's energies. You feel this pull towards each other. The same pull that sometimes maybe pushes you apart, I'm hearing. The Strength card talks about, not the Strength card, but the Strength card often has the infinity symbol on it. And the infinity symbol in like a soul connection like this can represent a connection that cannot be broken, nor can it be recreated with someone else. So I do feel like you always feel each other's energy. This is Gemini energy. The Magician, beautiful. I just recently heard Esotero talk about, she read a description from a book where the person talked about how the Magician can also be symbolic of a very strong spiritual connection. And the 10 of Cups, this is absolutely beautiful. So it feels like you and this person came together to really learn lessons about yourselves and learn how to love yourselves, learn how to, master all those elements. A lot of inner healing leading to happiness here, 10 of Cups. So there's something about, remember, release your worries of the future and focus your thoughts on the outcome you desire. Focus your thoughts, the Magician, focus on the outcome you desire, 10 of Cups, rather than focusing on the negatives or focusing on what's happened in the past or what could happen, if that makes sense. All right. So let's get you. I'm just going to do a little bit of an energy check again. So we'll go you first. That came out so quick. The 7 of Pentacles. Look, it's just like that lion waiting for your manifestation to come in. Although I can see by your energy, you're not sitting around waiting for this person. But your inner knowing, your higher self is kind of keeping this open or waiting for this person in a sense. But 7 of Pentacles is about waiting for the fruits of your labor, waiting for your manifestations to come in, waiting to see that crop or the pentacles that you've planted come into fruition. So it does look, Queen of Wands, beautiful. Yes. So you're sitting in your power. You're sitting in that black cat energy. You're very magnetic right now, waiting for all of this to come to fruition. And again, sometimes you may walk out into that field and question, is this even going to grow? Like, am I going to see the rewards of my labor here? But you will. You will. 7 of Pentacles. You could also be, investing in other things right now. Whatever those other things are to you. Let's get your person's energy. 8 of Pentacles. That is, do you know how freaking magical that is? You're magic. Can I just say that? Look, we have the 2 of Pentacles, back and forth, back and forth. What did I say about the back and forth? 1 minute they're focused, 8 of Pentacles. The next minute they're in their head. Look, 5 of Cups. It's like this back and forth between dedication, self-mastery, working on themselves, focus, to this 5 of Cups energy, like feeling sorry for themselves, feeling hopeless. Everything I was saying, that's... Anyway, I'm interested to see what this card is because it did a very interesting little turn. I don't know if you could see that on the camera, but it did this like, woo, like this. Well then, listen, I like that. Page of Swords. I was bracing myself, I'm not going to lie, because I didn't know, like, your person's energy. I don't know what I'm going to get. Page of Swords, gathering more information, learning about themselves. I said they could be a student. But this Page of Swords is someone who's very curious about what you're up to right now. I just need to pause the video for a minute. Hang on. All right, I'm back. I had to sage. And there's ash everywhere. I had to sage. I just had to like ground myself from your person's energy for a second, and you can see the sage burning here if you're watching. But I really had to ground myself for a minute because the minute that card came out again, I was like, there was this weird feeling like, I don't know what I'm going to get with your person because they're so back and forth. And then as soon as that Page of Swords came out again, my mind just went like, I lost my focus completely. So I just had to ground myself for a minute and I just saged the energy. But your person's current energy, they're currently holding back communication for sure because they're not ready to communicate. They don't know what they want to say. They're still gathering more information. They're still learning about themselves. And if you think about it, the page is a child. I'm not saying you're dating a child, but it shows that this person is not as far along in their journey as you are. You're coming up as a queen. They're coming in as a page. So they're, you know, farther behind you on this journey, and they're not ready, and they don't feel stable enough to talk to you right now, but they are gathering that information, wanting to have a conversation with you with the Page of Swords. Anyway, this could also be someone taking some sort of course having to do with whatever their Eight of Pentacles is, whatever business they want to start. Maybe they're taking a business course. But this confirms that they're working on themselves right now, and they're working at this slow and steady pace, possibly because there's this back and forth between feeling very focused and then feeling remorseful and sad and lost. I also feel like this person feels like they don't have, there's something about this Two of Pentacles, like they're still trying to find balance in their life, and they know that if they were to communicate with you right now, they wouldn't be able to show you that balance. And I think they see you as someone deserving of that balance. All right, let's just see how you're feeling about them. How are you feeling about them? We have the Nine of Pentacles. Smell the roses. How are you feeling about them? Well, for how you're feeling about them, there could be the energy that you see them as someone who has a fear of giving up their independence with the Nine of Pentacles. But I also feel like the Nine of Pentacles can be the type of energy where I'm hearing a few different things, so just bear with me for a minute. First of all, the difference in your energy, whenever I channel you, it's very clear. Like, I just got a few examples of this very clearly, but with them, it's like just, I can't explain it. For how you feel about them, there is an energy where you are someone who is very self-sufficient, and you've improved yourself, you've gone through a glow up, and there's this energy of you don't want this person to actually come in if they're not going to add value to your life. It feels like you know what you deserve. It feels, and I mean that in the nicest possible way, it feels like you know what you want, you know what you deserve, you've worked hard on yourself, and you could fear that this person, like, I just, not even fear, I just think you're in this energy where you know if this person was to come back in all like inconsistent and hot and cold, that's not what you want. You want stability. You want someone to add to your beautiful energy, not take away from it, if that makes sense. For how you feel about this person, I also feel like you also see how this person has helped you realize things about yourself and step into your own power through the lessons you've learned through this connection. I also think it's interesting how this Nine of Pentacles, I said Nine of Pentacles was smell the roses. So for how you feel about this person, you do see them as being very independent right now, focusing on themselves. I also feel there's a little bird in front of her there. And I feel like for some of you, you would like to hear from this person. But again, only if it's going to add value to your life and not take away from it. We have the Three of Wands on the bottom. So clearly for how you feel about this person, you hope. Your hope or your feelings towards them is you hope they're making progress. You hope they're going through growth. You hope that they're creating a lasting creating a stable foundation for themselves. It's also showing me that you do envision a future with this person, Three of Wands. You definitely envision a future with this person. Maybe yeah. Maybe you've even thought about what that future would look like. Keep thinking about that. Remember this. Focus your thoughts on the outcome you desire. Release the worry, release the fear, release the regret. That goes for your person too. Right underneath, we have the Knight of Pentacles. So there's this energy where this person is taking a long time. They are taking a long time. I can see it. I just feel like you've become a better version of yourself because of whatever you went through with this person. It empowered you in some way. The Sage is out, and I'm just about to get into your person's head again. Here we go. As soon as I started talking about you, the Sage went out. I just find that so interesting. All right, let's get back into your person's energy. Oh my goodness. How are they feeling about you? We have the Wheel of Fortune. So they know they need to make adjustments. They know they need to make changes. For how they're feeling about you, they feel this was a fated connection. They feel, I'm seeing that fateful encounter card from the channeled message deck that I use. But they are seeing this as a fated connection, and they're feeling like if they do want to come towards you, there's adjustments and changes that they need to make in their life. We do have the High Priestess on the bottom, which is very interesting to me, all of the similarities in the pre-shuffled cards that I'm seeing. There's that headache again. Oh my goodness. So for how they feel about you, I think your person needs to take an Advil or something. But for how they feel about you, they see you as this High Priestess. They see you in, like, you're in Black Cat energy right now. They see you as someone you're very mysterious right now. You're remaining calm, cool, and collected. I also feel like you could have seen through this person in some way with the High Priestess here. The fact that you had the High Priestess and they feel this High Priestess towards you, it definitely feels like they know that, or they feel that you're very intuitive, possibly even psychic. For how they feel about you, this is also an energy of someone who has love for you, but is not showing it. They're wearing a mask. Page of Cups, another like page energy. Interesting. The Page of Cups can be also about, you could have recently taken up or taken a course on like tarot or astrology or being a psychic medium or something. Anyway, there's like light worker energy in this pile. Why does your person's head confuse me so? Ever after could be symbolic. I'm going to get one more for how they feel about you. How do they feel about you? We have the Queen of Pentacles. So they do, remember I said that in the shuffle. I said they could have put you up on a pedestal. They could feel like right now they have nothing to offer you, because what can you offer the person who provides for themselves is what I'm hearing. So you could be someone who, like, maybe you have kids, maybe you own a home, maybe you drive a nice car, maybe you have a stable job. And to them, again, they keep coming out as this page. So clearly they look up to you, and they could feel like you're protecting their energy right now. Like you're protecting your energy right now. I don't know what I just said, but I felt like I had to repeat it because I feel like I said it wrong. Your person's energy. Oh my goodness. I feel like they're afraid of saying the wrong thing as well. I feel like this is someone who's very like, there's something about communication with them and overanalyzing. But anyway. All right. What do I want to look at next? I want to see what's currently blocking this connection. That's what I want to look at. What's currently blocking this connection? We have the Knight of Cups. Interesting. And we have the Five of Pentacles in reverse. So what's currently blocking this connection is that positive changes need to happen before this connection can be opened up again, or before that door can open again. Positive changes need to happen on both sides. I feel like you're already making a lot of positive changes. What's blocking this connection? Knight of Cups in reverse. I always hear making promises that you can't keep. So this person, you know, maybe they know, maybe in the past they made a lot of promises that they couldn't keep. Maybe they even said like, I swear I'll change. I swear I'll change. And maybe they didn't. I feel like what's blocking this right now is this person doesn't want to promise you things they can't give you. The Knight of Cups is also a very intuitive energy. The Knight of Cups follows their intuition no matter what. So one of the blockages here could be their mental mind, because I keep talking about it. And again, if you ping pong back and forth between your intuition and your ego, I'm telling you, it's because they're very heavily in their ego mind. So again, what's blocking this connection? Like not listening to intuition. Whoever that is, I think you experience it sometimes. I think they experience it a lot. I feel like their intuition was trying to wake them up to this and they weren't listening. So insert tower moments everywhere. I also feel like Knight of Cups, I'll have to look at it, but I feel immaturity in the way of love, perhaps. Knight of Cups. Disappointment, tantrums, moodiness, turmoil, avoiding conflict. Your person definitely avoiding conflict. Avoiding conflict in love, passive-aggressive partner, changing feelings, false appearances, tensions and moodiness at work, avoiding work confrontation, avoiding financial decisions, financial disappointment, like... that just screams your person's energy to me, if I'm being honest. All right. What can you do to help this connection? What can you do to help this connection? What can you do to help this connection? Well, we've got two cards. We have the Tower. It's already happening. It's already happening. Inner work, working on your outer world. The Hermit, what can you do to help this connection? Both of you, a lot of self-reflection, soul searching, a separation, isolation from each other, a pause in love to introspect. So this is saying like neither one of you should be, and you can do whatever you want, but I don't think either one of you should be pursuing love right now. Whether, again, I can't tell you what to do, but this shows like really taking some you time, taking this chance to be alone. And the Hermit card says like, don't fear being alone. Don't question. Like this situation has put you both into Hermit energy for a reason. What can you do to help this connection? I already know what I'm about to say, but it's something about finding your soul purpose, especially if you're a divine feminine. On this journey, you're meant to share your light with the world in whatever way that is. A lot of divine feminines go into like light work and Reiki and psychic mediums and tarot and things like that, but you don't have to if there's another way that you want to share your light. I don't even know where I'm going. Self-reflection, introspection, contemplation, withdrawal, solitude, search for self. Pause and love life to introspect. And that's why I was saying I don't think either one of you should be rushing out or like dating right now. Right now you're meant to be taking a pause in love to introspect, becoming more self-understanding in love. So understanding yourselves, your patterns, the way you show up in connections, the patterns you repeat. Contemplating next steps in career, searching for purpose in career, which I find that very interesting because I was seeing that in both of your energies. So it's like what you need to do to help this connection is already happening. It's already happening. And we have the Three of Pentacles, collaboration. So collaborating with others. And again, not in a romantic sense, but what can you do to help this connection? You can do this self-introspection and this inner work, and it will help bring you together on the same page. There's something very important about working as a team here. So maybe, again, I was getting the energy of someone entering your life or someone who has recently entered your life. Focus on that. Like focus on other healthy connections in your life, friendships, work colleagues, collaboration with others is what I'm hearing. Let me just look that up, but I think I already covered it. Three of Pentacles, teamwork, shared goals, collaboration, apprenticeship, effort, pooling energy. So there's another message, like I know Three of Pentacles talks about work and like physical things, but the fact that we have the Hermit and the Tower for how you can help this person, and it talks about pooling energy. I just feel like by removing things in your life that are no longer aligned with your highest good, addictions, unhealthy patterns, people, things like that, by doing the self-reflection, which you're already doing, the Lion, it's actually like pooling the energy and helping this person is what I'm hearing. All right, so let's ask the question that brought us here. What is coming up in this connection? What is the future of this connection? What lies in the future of this connection, please, Spirit? What is the future of this connection? We have the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom, so slow and steady. It'll be slow and steady, but don't focus on how long it's taking. Release. Remember, your worry is unnecessary. Focus your thoughts on the outcome you desire. Release feelings of regret, guilt, or worry. But this is your outcome. You finally have a king here. After all these pages. A king. Anyway, you kept coming out as a queen. So we finally have a king here, my friends. My dogs. Hang on. All right, I just had to wait for my dogs to stop barking. There's something about that too, my dogs barking, your person's mental chatter. If you start to get that, just ground yourself and wait for the mental chatter to pass is what I'm hearing, just like I had to pause it and wait for that to pass. So future energy, we have, that's the highest form of love there is, the King of Cups. Now I'm hearing Higher Love by Whitney Houston. Anyway, so in the future, you have a King of Cups coming towards you with a solid offer, the Ace of Pentacles. And the Ace of Pentacles to me is something like, it's not just inspired action. That's a stable offer. That's a pentacle that can grow into something long-term. That could also be a proposal for some of you. With the King of Cups, it shows this person being emotionally intelligent, emotionally mature, I should say. But it shows a balance between the head and the heart. And right now I feel like that's what's lacking in their energy, is it's not balanced. It goes all over the place. That's like the highest form of love there is, King of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles. So there is in the future, there's this stable offer coming in from this King of Cups. King of Cups. It's like an offer of dedication is what I'm seeing. Wise, diplomatic, balance between head and heart, devoted, dedicated, Ace of Pentacles, devoted, King of Cups. Using head and heart in love, a compassionate but calming partner. That's what's in the future here. And I feel like this person is no longer avoiding, they're no longer avoiding their feelings anymore with this King of Cups. Knight of Pentacles, like I said, it'll take some time, I think. Knight of Pentacles, that's slow moving, but that's also dedication. Dedication to commitment. The most determined knight in the deck. Let's just get one more for outcome. Well, that one fell all the way to the floor, so I have to go find it. Three of Wands, yay! Forward movement, progress, growth, creating a lasting foundation. Forward movement. So just keep focusing on you, my friend. And then I'm going to get the pre-shuffled cards. This should be interesting because I didn't look at them. I did look at these energies as they were coming out, like these oracle cards. But I kept your outcome face down. And if memory, yeah, there's a lot of them. So I haven't looked at any of these. So we'll discover them together. What is the future outcome? We have healing begins. That's beautiful. 6 of Swords energy. Healing begins. So you and this person healing this connection, 6 of Swords, moving into calmer waters, repairing the connection after a disconnection. Beautiful. 6 of Swords energy. And look at the, look at the peekaboo. Like, I'm here. It reminds me of that reappear card in one of those white decks I use. We have peace, death, rebirth, transformation. There is a more enriching future coming. Beautiful. So a rebirth, or like you're going to see this connection transform. Whatever this connection looked like in the past. June 13th could be very symbolic. We have the clover, which is such a lucky card, and we have a bee if anybody was looking for a bee. The clover is such a lucky card. So you could run into this person serendipitously, or it could just feel like you're going to be feeling very lucky that all of this happened. You're going to be feeling very lucky that you trusted your intuition, that, you know, it's just a very, it's a very blessed energy, the clover. Let me just look it up for you. The clover, a lucky period filled with promising opportunities and happy coincidences. This card is associated with life's small joys, surprises, gifts, financial gains, and a streak of good luck. Clover adds a sense of ease and carefree spirit to any situation. It's a positive card. That's beautiful. What else do we have? We have transformation, the butterfly. So whatever this connection looked like in the past, it's going to be completely transformed. And number 8, strength, cultivating a strong relationship. And the transformation card, like, look at the pearl. Look at this person offering the pearl. And what did I keep saying about the oyster? That synchronicity is amazing. So there's a huge transformation here in the future between, like, within this connection. We have hope, the daffodil, 38, which equals 11, reduces to 11. Interesting. Is that Taurus? I should know that. I'm a Taurus. Yes, that's Taurus. Taurus energy. But we have hope. Like, I'm seeing the star card. Hope and faith are restored within this connection. Everything you've been hoping for, I feel, is what's happening here. We have affection. Oh my gosh, look at the mirror and the black cat. You. Is that Taurus again? Am I imagining that? I think that's supposed to be Taurus. There's 2 Tauruses here. Anyway, we have affection, fire energy. You know, affection after a hanged man period, after you being in black cat energy, after a lot of self-reflection, mirroring. So hope and affection. And we have courage, time, Libra energy. And we have 13, death and rebirth, transformation. And we have a little Ace of Swords here. So this person having the courage to take action towards you. That's beautiful. So let's see what you need to surrender, or what your person needs to surrender. Surrender procrastination. Surrender procrastination. Now is the time to jump on a goal instead of putting it off. Taking action will attract success. I'm going to take that. I heard yesterday, or I read in a book, so it was in a book, that procrastination is a form of self-sabotage. But anyway, if you have ADHD, procrastination is a real thing. So, all right. So what needs to be surrendered? Yeah. Surrender the idea you can fix someone. It's time for a relationship to shift. I feel like that's what you did. It doesn't work. Froggy in my throat. Releasing, cleansing, healing. It doesn't work to try and fix someone. Each person must be accountable for his or her own healing. Truth. We have surrender obsessive thinking. If you're obsessing about a person or a situation, turn the dilemma over to spirit. Doing so will help bring clarity or even solve the problem. I feel like your person obsessively thinks about you, if I'm being honest. And we have surrender worry. Make a commitment not to lead an anxiety-driven life. When worries arise, breathe them out of your body. Focus on the power of your heart and have faith that spirit is always guiding you. All right. Now, I'm going to get charms for you. So, I'm going to get a tarot pin first. What do we have? The Emperor. Beautiful. So you could be dealing with the divine masculine. I also saw divine masculine in your energy, so keep embodying that, keep embodying that divine masculine energy I'm hearing. Let's do charms. And if I don't say what they mean, you can look them up. So we have the seahorse. I love the seahorse. I love the seahorse. Divine feminine seahorse. It's white. We have a little seahorse. That is so symbolic. I'm sorry, but that's so symbolic of you and your person. Queen, page. Let them level up. We have the flamingo. I wish I knew what a flamingo meant. We have the turtle, very slow and steady. We have the separation, the heart. Separation was needed. We have music. Not surprised that came out. I was hearing music in your person's energy a lot. Look, give them time. Give them time and they'll level up into that King of Cups. Give them time. We have an acorn, which talks about an acorn can grow into a mighty tree. Is it an oak tree? I don't know. I don't know enough about that. But this acorn can grow into a mighty tree, just like that pentacle can grow into something solid. We have the Eiffel Tower, which also makes me think of the tower in your person's energy. We have the butterfly, transformation. We have the gem, a true gem. And in the gem card, there's a deck that I use that when the gem comes out, it does talk about this is a connection worth saving. We have the peacock. The peacock, April could be symbolic, or the peacock to me also represents renewal. It also represents, I've heard people talk about this, like when the divine masculine comes in, when the divine masculine black gem comes in, they kind of come in peacock energy, strutting their stuff. We have the moon, divine feminine energy, and we have the key. So I feel like, I feel like you feel like this is your person and they feel like you're their person. The key also always reminds me of the Hierophant. All right, so I'm going to get a bunch of letters. So you're looking for initials or your whole name, their whole name. I'm going to stir it. All right. Right away, Spirit's like, just a few more. All right. So we have P, D, G, M, K, M, N, H, D, D, Y, O, R, L, F, R, H, A, J, E, K, X, G, Y, C, S, W, A, B, S, J, O, N, Y. Let me just I'm just going to get a couple more. You know what? I'm going to put them like that. B, U, W. Well, I'll just hold them. N, W, R, R, X, O, N. All right. So, my friends, that was your reading. Hopefully that resonated. I found your person's head a little interesting. But anyway, I've been there. I understand. So, I am sending you lots of love and light, and I will see you next time. Bye. Hello, Pile 2, and welcome to your reading. If you chose this tarot deck by Oak, Ash, and Thorn, I will get the name. I'll put it in the description box below. And this, whoops, and this little fox, my elbow just slipped off the table. This little fox, then this is going to be a reading all about the future of this connection. So we're going to do an energy check first. I just wanted to mention a few things I'm hearing. The fact that I chose the fox for this pile. The fox in the animal deck, this animal deck talks about one of the shadow attributes is unsure of identity. So this could have been a connection when you both came together. You were really unsure of who you were, and you kind of met as unawakened, maybe unhealed individuals. The fox also talks about a strong partner or mate and monogamy. So perhaps that's something that, I don't know if this person like didn't want to settle down. I do feel like you saw a future with this person. I was also hearing a lot about typical fox energy. So there could have been some not so healthy things going on within this connection. There could have been some deceit, for example, some sneakiness, maybe some denial even, I'm hearing. But anyway, you chose the fox for a reason. So I'm going to put the fox over here. And interesting, I think this is an interesting thing that happened. In pile 1, I had those 2 cats over here. And I ended up moving them over here just before I started your reading. And I think it's really interesting how that happened because I did that before I shuffled your cards. And I definitely feel like for this pile, you could resonate with being a divine counterpart or being a divine feminine. And perhaps it was through the trials and tribulations of this journey with this person that you really discovered yourself or your own magic. I also feel called to say my back is really sore during this reading. It wasn't sore during pile 1. And sometimes when my back is sore, I looked up, like I know what it means for me physically. I have scoliosis, but in a spiritual context, it means lack of roots, lack of stability. It can talk about lack of familial support. So maybe you or this person like had a rough upbringing. Maybe you both did. It can also be symbolic of like that 10 of Wands energy. So a long journey. I have to get something to put behind my back because it's really bothering me. Just one second. That made me laugh. I thought I'd put a pillow behind my back, and I've never put a pillow behind my back when I do readings, like all the times I've done readings. And when I put the pillow on the back of my chair and I sat down, I fell off my chair. So I had to grab a smaller pillow. But anyway, maybe this is a connection that kind of, I don't know, there's something about like feeling like the chair was pulled out from underneath you or the rug. So maybe there was a sudden ending, or maybe this was a connection that you weren't expecting in your life. It just kind of came out of nowhere and really threw you for a loop. Anyway, the 10 of Wands energy, I was feeling like I was seeing the person in the 10 of Wands who's kind of hunched over with all those wands on their back. So this could feel like a long journey to you, or it could have been a connection that weighed you down. I don't think that either of you have let go of each other's energy. I don't think you're talking to this person. If you are talking to this person, I feel like you're both holding back right now. You're not really opening up. But anyway, let's get into it. So I'm going to move this over here. And we're going to start with your energy, and then we're going to get your person's energy, and then I have connecting energy, and then after I do tarot, I pre-shuffled some outcome energy, which I haven't looked at yet. I usually, when I shuffle out these cards, I glance at them. I don't think about them too much. I just kind of look at them and shuffle them out. But for pile 1, when I shuffled these out, the outcome, I didn't look at them. So I'm not looking at yours either. But yeah, let's get into it. So you actually had 2 animal cards come out. And if you have watched me do readings, you probably can guess what my reaction was when these 2 cards came out. I was like, yeah, we have the unicorn and we have the butterfly for you. Again, your side is going to have more cards, and that's okay. But your energy is coming through as air energy, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, and then we have this beautiful spiritual card. So the unicorn card talks about divinity and questioning divinity. And is it real, or am I just imagining this? You know, the way we think of unicorns. And as a spiritual person myself, when I talk about unicorns and somebody says they're just mythical creatures, I'm like, what? They're totally real. What are you talking about? Now, right before I pulled these cards, like I said, I moved those 2 cats from here to there. And I just think it's very interesting how the unicorn is pointing towards those 2 little cats. So I definitely feel like you're in a divine connection with this person, or maybe that's what you're questioning right now, or you questioned in the past. The butterfly also shows you kind of blossoming into your true self, into your higher self. And I did mention with the fox that when you met this person, you could have been a caterpillar. You could have been a horse and a caterpillar. And through this journey, or through the trials and tribulations of this connection, you've grown into this unicorn, into this butterfly. And as I'm touching the unicorn, I'm getting a little bit of a third eye headache, just a little bit of one. So you could be questioning this a little. I'm going to read, the only cards I'm reading today are the animal cards, because I love this deck so much and I love the messages in this deck. But I'm going to start with the butterfly because this is your energy. Undergoing great change and transformation. The energy of the butterfly is with us during periods of transition. Since air is the element of the heart, this usually involves relationships. Since transition is accompanied by some amount of discomfort, be extra patient and kind during this time, especially if the butterfly is you. Let solid friends and activities support you like a cocoon, committing to one daily routine, a meal, a practice, or prayer, done at the same place and time, will do wonders for lifting a butterfly's spirit. When in balance, so when on a good day, cheerful and graceful. When out of balance, so when you're having a bad day or you're feeling negative, fragile and frustrated. And then we have the unicorn, reconnecting to higher wisdom or divinity. It's difficult to hear or think of a unicorn, see, hear, or think of a unicorn without immediately questioning if it's real. Did they ever exist? Perhaps long, long ago. The mind answers maybe, or it could be, or no way. This very contemplation explains our relationship with divinity and encapsulates our wavering belief in the unicorn. We wonder what divinity is. We wonder where our intuition comes from and if we can really trust it. We think about a higher power and our mind hesitates between yes, no, and maybe. Is it male or female? Does it have a name? Is it just a feeling? The unicorn card appears and wakes us up to the curiosity about the higher self and the divine. It is a card of questioning, exploring, and contemplating the inexplicable. The mind's eye knows there is something beyond our day-to-day lives, a deep dimension to our experiences. The mind's eye reaches and reaches out to grasp something more. You are the unicorn, and you have begun your quest for answers. And for some reason, I just felt like crying. But anyway, so it feels like right now, you're really stepping into your higher power. You're learning how to trust your intuition. This could be a connection, like I said, at times you could have felt fragile and frustrated. You could still experience that. But I do feel like this was a connection that woke you up. I feel like if you're watching this, you are highly spiritual. You resonate possibly with being a divine being. For some of you, there also could be, you could be being called to be a light worker yourself, or share your gift or your light with the world and to lead others, especially on this divine journey. And connecting energy, you could be experiencing lack in your life right now. You could be experiencing like a decrease of finances, or whatever your day job is. You could be having problems or like tower moments in your work. And it could be because the universe is trying to guide you towards your higher calling. So I just wanted to mention that. But anyway, beautiful energy, beautiful. 2 of my favorite cards. So I'm just going to do this. Am I going to do that? Yeah, no, I'll just do that. We'll just make room. So keeping it going, we have change your focus. So in the traditional tarot, this would be the 5 of Cups. So I think right now you really are changing your focus and you're taking your attention off of this person. I'm feeling called to mention the fact that these 2 animal cards are facing this way. So it feels like right now you really are putting the focus onto yourself or onto other things, perhaps whatever you're trying to create here. You're changing your focus. You're no longer, you're no longer focusing on this person or focusing on the outcome. I feel like you clicked on this reading just for confirmation of what you already know is coming in the future. Like, I feel like you already have an idea of what the future is. And I feel like you just clicked on this reading for confirmation. And you're taking your energy away from that. Sometimes you'll hear people talk about the 5 of Cups as like crying over spilled milk or feeling sorry for yourself, or, I've heard some readers talk about it like a pity party. I'm not saying that you're having a pity party for yourself, but what I'm saying is you're no longer, I don't think you're seeing yourself as a victim of circumstance anymore, which in the past you might have. Like, you might have looked at this and thought, why did this happen to me? Why did this person come into my life if they were just going to leave or they were just going to hurt me? But I feel like you're changing your focus off of that mindset to, what did this teach me? What was the lesson in it? Look at how far I've grown, or how much I've grown because of this connection. Again, you're changing whatever your past focus was, you're changing it. And you could have been really focused on the outcome. But I just feel like you're focusing on something else now. You're no longer, overthinking or obsessing about this. You are changing your focus towards other things, possibly even your soul's path is what I'm hearing. I feel kind of called to look up the 5 of Cups in my tarot book about work for some reason. This is a love reading, but taking a step backwards in your career, job loss, business loss, financial loss, that's what I was hearing. So for some of you, you could be experiencing a bit of that because the universe, spirit, whatever you resonate with, is trying to get you to change your focus to this, to your soul's path, is what I'm hearing. Even if that's not you, that change your focus. Again, instead of solely focusing on this person or the outcome or what they're doing, you're kind of turning that focus inward on yourself. So again, you're changing your focus to how your focus was when maybe you were this caterpillar. We have 7 of Gabriel. Stand up for what you believe in. Have confidence. Claim your personal power. So for some of you within this connection, there could have been like some toxicity, or there could have been, you could have been accepting less than you deserved. This could have been a connection that taught you how to put up boundaries, because this is the 7 of Wands, and the 7 of Wands is about boundaries. It's also about fighting for what you believe in. And I'll tell you this, on this journey, which I think that you feel you're on a divine counterpart journey, on this journey, you'll constantly have people questioning it, and you'll constantly have people telling you it's not real and that it's just toxic and you're just crazy and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And you really do have to stand in your power. When you think of the traditional Seven of Wands, it's someone with one wand kind of like standing up to everybody else's opinions and beliefs. So not only did you, I think, claim or take your power back in this connection and put up healthy boundaries, but I also feel like you are standing up for what you believe in, which is divinity, which is spirituality, which is healing, which is transformation. And again, you're changing your focus. You're not letting those external opinions get to you. You're standing in that power and you're owning it, is what I'm hearing. You're owning the fact that you're on this journey. But again, that claim your personal power could be connected to this person, especially if they were in this fox energy. And perhaps you needed to put up boundaries because there were some, again, I keep hearing some not so desirable qualities that this person was showing you. Whatever that means to you, that's the words that Spirit is giving me. Not so desirable qualities. So maybe this person, maybe you always had an idea of who you would end up with and the type of person you wanted to marry and how you wanted to be treated. And maybe this person came in with some not so desirable qualities. But even though they were showing you these not so desirable qualities, I feel like you still felt a soul connection to them. You possibly still felt unconditional love towards this person. Now remember, unconditional love doesn't mean putting up with bad behavior. It means unconditionally loving yourself and knowing that you deserve better and putting up healthy boundaries. But even if this person did have some foxy qualities here, maybe they were really good looking, foxy, I don't know. But even if they had some not so desirable qualities, is the words that keep coming to mind. I feel like you still had love for this person, even though maybe your logical mind was like, that doesn't make sense. I'm not into people who act like that, or I've never, maybe you never allowed anyone who treated you like that into your life. But I think there was something different about this person. I do feel like you felt a soul connection with this person. All right. So for some of you, you could even have this person blocked. When I was shuffling their cards, they didn't come out, but I saw something about toxicity and I saw something about being blocked. So whether you blocked them or they blocked you, when we block people, yes, we block people for our own safety, but usually it comes from a very triggered place. We're in this heightened emotion and we're feeling like this pent up emotion and all this energy, and we just hit that block button. Again, sometimes you need to block someone if they're going out of their way to send you hurtful messages. Of course you need to block them. But anyway, that won't be for all of you, but I saw those cards, so I wanted to mention it. We have laughter, happiness, joy, and healing. I love it. And actually the sun almost came out for you in this deck. And then this came out after, so it makes sense why I saw the sun when I was shuffling. But you're changing your focus. You're no longer focusing on this person. You're focusing on your own happiness, joy, and healing. You're focusing on your spirituality. You're focusing on your divinity. You're focusing on your transformation. You're focusing on claiming your personal power and standing up for what you believe in. Maybe even you're focusing on boundaries, having healthy boundaries with people. Maybe in the past, like I know I said for some of you, maybe in the past when you came across a person like this, you immediately put up a boundary and just didn't let them into your energy. But maybe for some of you, you've had a problem with boundaries throughout your life, and this connection was meant to teach you to put up those boundaries and to love yourself more. I think it's interesting with this change your focus. Like I said, now instead of focusing on the loss and the pain and the sorrow and the sadness and worrying about the outcome and worrying what this person is doing, it's like you're very focused on yourself right now and all of the things I said you were focusing on. I don't want to repeat myself too much because I tend to repeat myself a lot. That also comes, like, you could have trauma. You know, people ask me, why do you repeat yourself so much? That comes from a place, that's something I'm trying to heal. People with trauma have a tendency to over-explain themselves. And I've never talked about this in a reading, so this could be you. But some people with wounding, some people with like people-pleasing tendencies, or they didn't feel heard as a child, they tend to over-explain themselves and repeat themselves to try and get their point across. The fact that I'm even bringing that up, I've never said that about myself in any of my readings. And you know that I share my healing journey, but I've never brought that up. I am someone who struggles with that. Like, I want to explain myself. You could be the type of person who maybe in the past you tried to reason with this person and you sent long messages to try and get your point across. And maybe, again, you're changing your focus. I just heard whatever has been said, whatever needed to be said has been said on your side. Anyway, it's weird how that just came out of nowhere. And then we have the fish. So we do have fire energy here. We have water, we have air, and we have earth. Everybody's here at the party. And we also have spiritual, which to me is the best element of all. So we have fish. So right now you're really focused on your own abundance. You're focused on your own happiness. Perhaps you're focused on your pentacles as well, or your pentacle world. Because for some of you, I feel like, not for all of you, but I feel like for some of you, you could be going through something in your life where you are experiencing a loss of income or a loss of a job. And again, I feel like the universe is trying to point you towards your divine purpose. If you are a divine light, if you are this divine feminine on this divine journey, you have a mission that you're meant to fulfill. You are meant to help others. However that is. I can't even remember, like maybe I mentioned this in pile 1, or maybe I mentioned this in this reading already. Again, repeating myself. But if you truly are on this journey, you do have a mission. And a lot of feminines, their mission is of a spiritual nature. It doesn't have to be, but for a lot of them, it's of a spiritual nature. So if you're feeling called to like be this unicorn and help guide others, if you're being called to start tarot, if you're being called to create something like an oracle deck, or you're being called to learn Reiki, follow those little whispers of your soul, because it could end up bringing you abundance. And that's not just financial abundance, that's like happiness. Like, I cannot tell you how it feels for me to be able to do what lights me up every day. It does not feel like work, I'll tell you that much. People don't understand. They're like, what? Like, you're self-employed. You can work whenever you want. Why are you working so much? Why are you working on a weekend? Because it doesn't feel like work to me, because it lights my soul up. So you could be feeling called to do something of that nature. I'm just going to pause it for 1 minute. Maybe you were hungry. I just got incredibly hungry and I had to pause it and eat something. Maybe you were eating something, and I'm like a Taurus. I love my food. Maybe I felt you eating something and I had to eat something too. I just had a little bite of something to get rid of the hunger I was feeling. But anyway, as I was sitting down, I know you can't see it because it's so tiny, but as I was sitting down, a little white feather like dropped into this reading. I have it on my finger. And I'm thinking about feathers, like a sign from someone who's passed over, perhaps, or a sign from your guides. Anyway, little white feather. Bye, feather. All right, so let's get into your person's energy. That's what I'm seeing for you. Pretty straightforward. So your person has the elephant. I also saw the hyena, but it didn't come out. I saw it like flip up and then flip back in, and then the elephant came out. So I just want to mention like Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd could be symbolic, or oh, another song just started playing. Hang on. Far Side of the World by Jake Holden. I'm probably getting that name wrong. But like the lyrics are, I fell in love with a girl from the far side of the world. That song could be symbolic. I'm certain it mentions Dark Side of the Moon. But anyway, I was also hearing Pink Floyd. Is it Pink Floyd? I'm probably wrong about that too. But that Far Side of the World by Jake Holden, you might want to look that up because that's what I started hearing. Anyway, I saw the hyena. So the person you're connected to could, again, it didn't come out, but I saw it, so I wanted to mention it. Your person could be someone who uses sarcasm as a defense mechanism, even to the point of like passive aggressiveness with humor, just some not so desirable qualities, the fox energy. Anyway, I wanted to mention it because I saw it. But back to your reading. The elephant is the destroyer of obstacles. I also think it's amazing how, you know, I am getting quite like counterpart energy in this reading. And we see this elephant holds a flame. So I do feel like this person still holds a flame for you, still has love for you. You can see that this elephant has a broken tusk. So I feel like this person has been through something in their life that caused them to use humor as a defense mechanism and caused them to have some of these not so desirable qualities. I feel like it was learned behavior from their parents or from caregivers. I'm not making excuses, but I'm also reading a really fascinating book right now called The Inner Work, and it talks about how where these things come from. Why am I feeling called to tell you this? So the thing that made me buy this book is I saw the people who made it on Instagram, and the video that they were showing was like, does it ever frustrate you how some people can't take accountability? And do you ever wonder why some people blame others instead of taking accountability for their own behavior? So I'm looking at you, Fox. And they showed this, the theme of consciousness. And they said when someone's living in their 3D reality, when they're stuck in the 3D, they're in this theme of wounding. They have this victim abuser mentality, insecurity, violation, inadequacy, distrust, loss, overwhelm, judgment, rejection. And that could have been you as well. That could have been you as well. I used to be there. And then you transition into the 4D reality, self is mind, self-empowered mentality. And that's why you always hear me talking and having compassion for people like this who were raised and programmed, because my mindset is more of understanding, acceptance, self-motivation, ease, accountability. So you could be someone who's transforming into this themes of healing, you know, where you take accountability when you make mistakes. You're self-motivated for your own growth. You have acceptance and understanding for all walks of life. Maybe in the past you didn't, though. Maybe in the past this person's behavior. That is so strange. This is on page 18 and 19, which is divine feminine, divine masculine energy. But anyway, you know, you could have been in this wounded, I was hearing it with the 5 of Cups, you could have been in this wounded energy where whatever they were doing to you, you internalized it, or you thought it had something to do with you, which it didn't. It was them. It was what was going on within them and their programming. Anyway, I don't know why I felt called to bring out this book, but people will say, you're just making excuses for bad behavior, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm understanding, especially looking at your person right here, that they've been through something in their life that caused this. Now, the elephant is the destroyer of obstacles. So right now in your person's current energy, they're very self-focused, and you've completely changed your focus off of them, which I think is helping. But this is someone who's overcoming obstacles in their life right now. And this could be someone where they were not going within, they were not wanting to do the internal work, and the universe, spirit, whatever you believe in, started putting towers all around them to wake them up. And now they're overcoming those obstacles. They're, charging through those towers. I'm hearing they're overcoming them. Again, I'm repeating myself. The letter O could be symbolic because I don't know how many times I said overcome and obstacles. So that could be symbolic. Elephants could be symbolic. Unstoppable, auspicious, wise. When in balance, one-pointed focus, generous, loving. When out of balance, misunderstands fate to bring into balance, trust. The elephant is arguably the most auspicious figure in the deck. The letter A could be symbolic as well. Like Ganesh, the elephant represents immense wisdom as well as good fortune. It is said that the great elephant is the destroyer of obstacles. So if this card appears when you feel stuck, rest assured the path will soon become clear. To add to the mystery, the elephant is also known to create obstacles in order to steer us in the right direction. Trust this gentle, noble creature. It illuminates the way with light of self-knowledge. So this person is learning about themselves, is what I'm hearing. And they're overcoming some of these obstacles. So they didn't get as many cards as you, but we'll keep going. So we have release. So right now it feels like, it's funny because that book that I just showed you, side note, there's a lot of book scammers in the comment sections of tarot readers. I replied to one the other day just for fun. They were like, guys, you have to listen to me. This is like the best manifestation book ever. Listen. Don't miss out. And I was like, guys, please know that this is a scam. Anyway, but that book that I just talked about talks about layers and all the layers of programming that are piled on top of us throughout our lives. And I feel like this person, like if you look at this image, these layers are coming away. And they're releasing some of these obstacles as they overcome them. They're releasing some of these not so desirable qualities. I also saw, when I was shuffling this deck, I saw the Seven of Swords flip out and flip back in. And the Seven of Swords in this deck, let me see if I can find it. Oh, look, it's right there. Yeah, of course it is, because it flipped out just before that one. Seek the truth. So it's like this person is seeing the truth about themselves and some of their behaviors is what I'm hearing. They're spread your wings on the bottom. They're looking at their patterns. They're becoming more, what was that word the elephant card said? Self-aware. They're becoming more self-aware. And again, as they see the truth of themselves, these layers are coming off. And it's revealing light, which is beautiful. It's like they're taking off the layers of darkness and the layers of trauma and the layers of wounding. And it's releasing this light energy. This is also an energy of transformation, which is interesting because when I shuffled out the unicorn and the butterfly came out with it, I almost put the butterfly over to your person, but I left it with you. And then Spirit was like, well, I'm just going to give you that then. Transformation, same energy. It's the same energy. You know, their old self is falling away here. revealing their higher self. They're releasing a lot in their life right now. They're releasing old ideas and beliefs they had about themselves, about their childhood, perhaps. Death and rebirth, transformation. Side note, I also heard something a little sad. For some of you, your person could have recently lost someone, and specifically possibly a dog. I don't normally get messages like that, but for some reason I heard a dog. So for some of you, maybe recently your person lost their dog or a pet, or maybe that was you. I don't know. If that was you and you recently lost someone, I'm sending lots of love and light to you. Remember that now that dog, now that person is your guide, is one of your spirit guides, is one of the people looking out for you, or the dog's looking out for you. So just remember that. Same with your person. Like if they lost a dog, I'm sure that their dog is with them now, guiding them. But anyway, I needed to mention it. Typically, you know, in tarot, death doesn't necessarily mean death, like literal death. But their Lenormand card also made me think of death. So Scorpio energy, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Then we have the Chariot. So there's a lot of forward movement in their energy, determination and self-control, career advancement, acknowledgement of success by others. So it's like, not only is this person changing, but other people are noticing their change, which means they've changed enough where they're starting to glow. Like people are starting to notice a difference in your person. And that's a really beautiful thing, because it means that their internal work is now showing externally, if that makes sense. So I feel like people are saying, wow, you've changed, or wow, I notice I notice you're not acting the way you used to, however that was. Actually, I'm going to leave the fox right here. For some reason, I feel like that fox is associated with your person. I'm not going to lie. Froggy in my throat, releasing, cleansing, healing. Rebirth energy. But the Chariot also, again, I feel like for both of you, there could be something about career and like lack of finances. So this person could be taking more steps towards, you know, finding a better job or starting their own business or something. Determination and self-control. That self-control also shows that this person is not just going to rush out. They're not just going to rush back in here. So if this person is like low key talking to you, I feel like they're really controlling how much they talk to you. They're holding back because they're determined to overcome this obstacle with you, and they don't want to act prematurely and mess everything up, is what I'm hearing. We have, for their energy, we have wishful thinking, second chance, deja vu, nostalgia. I forgot about that card. So when I was shuffling this, it's very interesting. When I was shuffling their cards, it was like Spirit was flashing cards. They'd flash out and then flip back in, almost for like extra information. But this was the deck where I saw something about blocked and toxic. So again, your person could have had some not so desirable qualities, and maybe you had to block them, or maybe they blocked you. You know, maybe seeing as how you're this unicorn and this butterfly, it could have been that you kind of saw some things because you're full of this light. You could have seen this wounding. You could have accepted that they had wounding, and you could have tried to point it out to them, for example. Point it out to them. Anyway. And they could have been like very defensive and resisted that. You could have tried to help them. Again, very resistant, defended that, or became very defensive. But wishful thinking was the one that came out. So this person does have this wishful thinking that you will give them a second chance if they just change enough, if they just make enough adjustments. The feeling of deja vu. So they feel like they've known you before. Now I'm hearing a song by the Archangels about past lives. Something, something, past life. I don't know what that song is, but it's by the Archangels. I know there's a lot of songs that talk about past lives. The ones I'm hearing is by the Archangels. And there's also another one by Elijah Wood, but not the movie star, the singer, Elijah Wood, Past Lives or something. Anyway. And there's a lot of nostalgia here, so a lot of thinking about you. And again, there's this energy that they want to come charging in the chariot. They want to overcome this obstacle with you, but they know there's still work that they need to do on themselves. If they're going to be the best version of them that they can be, for what it looks to me like you are the best you're the best version of yourself right now. I feel like you're blossoming into your higher self, and that's what this person wants to bring to you, or to bring, I almost said bring to the table. They know they still have work that they need to do if they're going to commit to this, is what I'm hearing. And then we have coffin. So endings bring new beginnings. So again, for your person, it seems like there's something ending in their life, some sort of cycle. Could be some sort of like friendship. They could have literally lost someone. A job could be coming to an end. I feel like the ending between you and this person, endings lead to new beginnings. This person is going through a heavy transformation right now. I feel like in the past, they were surrounded by towers. I feel like there was a lot of destruction. And now the dust has settled and they're kind of, similar to you, they're cocooning, or that cocoon is starting to hatch, and they're starting to, again, there's like heavy transformation. I would say in both of your energies. Very transformative time is what I'm hearing. That's earth energy. And then chariot is Cancer energy. 8 is the energy of strength, which is Leo. So take those signs as they resonate. Scorpio with death. I think I already mentioned that. Wishful thinking, nostalgia, that's cups energy. So water, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. So connecting energy. I can't even remember what these are. I do remember that one. We have the Four of Ariel. So the Four of Ariel is the Four of Pentacles. And again, connecting energy, it's like you're both still holding on to each other's. I'm seeing the Panda deck I have on the Four of Pentacles. There's a red thread connecting the Four Pentacles. So I do feel like you and this person feel each other. You haven't been able to let each other go. Just like however you feel about this person energetically, I'm hearing it's not one-sided. If there's a reason, like, you can't let go of them because they're also holding on to you is what I'm hearing. But Four of Pentacles also talks about, like, I was hearing, like, what am I trying to say here? Four of Pentacles, like loss of income or insecurity. My favorite reader talks about the Four of Pentacles being like Gollum in The Lord of the Rings with like my precious, like holding on. It talks about insecurity, hoarding, stinginess, stability, security, savings, materialism, wealth, frugality, boundaries, guardedness. Yeah. Feeling insecure. So you could both be feeling insecure, although I don't know if you are or not. If you are, I feel like you're on your way out of that energy. But again, there's this energy of wanting to save this connection, wanting to hold on to it. And again, in your personal lives, I feel, I didn't even look at the career meaning of that, which is what I was looking up. Imposter syndrome, paranoia, frugality. So anyway, that could be something that you're both experiencing right now, especially like the unicorn. You could have imposter syndrome about being this unicorn, or whatever it is that you're feeling called to create, or maybe you've started to create. You could be feeling imposter syndrome, like, I'm just an imposter. I understand that. Believe me, I understand that. I went through that when I started my channel. That also comes from a wounding. Like, I talk all the time about, it's all the way over there. But I talk all the time, the sacred wounding deck, that imposter wound comes from somewhere. All right, we have the Four of Swords, just breathe. And to me, there's a few cards in a few decks that give me this message. This is one of them. That you feel this person's higher self, or you were able to see this person's highest potential, or you were able to see the highest version of themselves without actually seeing it in the 3D, because you're this magical unicorn. And I don't think that we can hold on to someone's potential and make that connection work. But when you're dealing with a divine counterpart pairing, it's very possible that when you and this person came together, you got a glimpse of their higher self in that first initial contact. And then maybe very quickly that whoever that person was went away, and the trauma and the wounding and the layers started to be triggered. But there's something about you seeing this person's highest self, if that makes sense. Anyway, back to the card. Just breathe is Four of Swords energy. So again, connecting energy, it's quiet. And if you are talking, I feel like you're both holding back, or you're both withdrawn. It's like very minimal communication, if there's any communication at all. For a lot of you, I feel like it's, oh, that makes sense. It feels like it's no contact. And I'm just thinking about that feather that appeared in this reading. And the feather on one of those white oracle decks that I use says 444, you're being protected. So right now it's like both of you are protecting your own energies, and both of you are being protected from this. Oh, that's right. You got two of each. Can't remember what they are. We have courage, 3, courage to stand in your Empress energy, courage not to chase the outcome, courage to step into your light here. Whatever you're going through requires courage. It's not an easy journey, is what I'm hearing. Now I'm feeling called to look at that. Courage, 3. And I kind of just instinctively put it on your side. The energy of your inner spiritual warrior is ready to step forward to face any challenges or blockages in life. Be willing to accept help. Be fearless. Isn't that interesting that that's about overcoming obstacles? Because your person had that elephant card. That's really interesting. The ability to face and overcome obstacles in your life. Know that you are protected and you are safe. After I just said protection. You are ready to step forward with courage and grace, no matter what seems to be blocking your way. That tree is an aspen, if that's symbolic to anyone. Aspen was thought to be the teacher of fearlessness and carried a message of strength in facing the unknown. Well, dang. And then we have change. That's beautiful. The dragonfly, butterfly and dragonfly. That is, if you listen to my readings, you know that I often talk about how magical I think the butterfly and the dragonfly are, especially when they come out together in a reading, or they're both in a reading. Again, I saw those cards, didn't even register when I was shuffling the cards. That did not even register to me until I laid them down right here. And I often talk about how the butterfly, you know, is afraid to let go of their older self, afraid to let go of that cocoon. So they cling to it for safety. And then they have to trust their inner knowing that they can fly. They've never flown before in their life, but their inner self says, spread your wings, you can fly. And my heart is pounding right now. And then I talk about the dragonfly, how the dragonfly spends most of its life in darkness. Your person, oh my gosh, look at the similarities of this card to what I'm saying. They spend most of their life in darkness with less than desirable qualities. I don't know why Spirit keeps saying that. And then instinctually, they see the light above and they get curious what's up there. And they've lived their entire life in darkness, but their inner voice tells them, go to the surface, head towards that light. And they crawl up on a reed or whatever the heck they crawl up onto to turn into this dragonfly. Anyway, I always think it's magical when butterflies and dragonflies come out together, especially in a counterpart reading. I find it magical. Anyway, Spirit's reminding me that I have a tattoo on my arm of dragonflies and butterflies. How interesting. Even though I've never been into dragonflies before I started doing what I do now. Like I've never thought twice about a dragonfly before I started doing this and I got into spiritual symbolism. And are you part of my soul tribe? Do you watch soul tribe readings? Because I mentioned that book and now I'm talking about like personal things. But anyway, the year after I awakened, I was sitting outside, and I think this happened to me last year too. Dragonflies started landing on me, and I looked it up, and that's not a common thing. Like dragonflies don't normally land on people. But I had this dragonfly who landed on me while I was going through like one of my awakenings, and I was sitting outside and it landed on me. And I was like, what the heck? Like I've never had a dragonfly land on me. And then the dragonfly left and came back and sat on my knee for the longest time and then left and then came back. And it was just, to me, looking back, I didn't realize it at the time. But it was probably something about my light. But anyway, I didn't even make that connection when those two cards came out. Dragonfly, change. Be willing to change your perspective, change your focus. I talked about you changing your perspective. And good fortune will follow. And your person changing their perspective they have of themselves. Sometimes you need to back up in order to go forward. As people get older, they find it harder to change. So to activate your youthfulness, be willing to make changes without hesitation. This also says, this is the time to put traditions and expectations of others aside. You are called to create your own traditions. You are free to express yourself and let your spirit fly. I think that's symbolic for both of you. Anyway, that was magical. All right, back to what we were doing. We have shattered, broken, nightmares, failures. And then we have soulmate, twin flame, friendship, romantic partner. So for some of you, this could have been someone who you felt was your twin flame, but they were telling you they just saw friendship with you. But the thing about this card, again, some of these cards, I just want to cover the keywords up because I am an intuitive reader and I see my own messages in them. So like, I'm just curious. We've got the 8 of Pentacles here. Interesting. So I just want to cover that up so I'm not staring at it. But I feel like perceptions are being shattered. Old beliefs, outdated thinking, programming being shattered here. And maybe like I'm seeing a mirror now being shattered, you know? Very interesting energy. Again, I don't know if I don't know if you feel broken and are having nightmares and feel like a failure. I don't think that's you. I think that could have been your person though. But look, it shattered the perception they had of themselves, is what I'm hearing. All right, so we're going to get into tarot finally. So let's see. We have 5 of Wands on the bottom. So a lot of blockages here, possibly a lot of conflict between you. We have the King of Pentacles. So just think about that fox and how I mentioned it talks about monogamy, strong partner or mate. You could have seen this person as your King of Pentacles, but maybe they weren't actually that King of Pentacles is what I'm hearing. We have the 2 of Wands and the 6 of Wands. Excuse me. So the 2 of Wands talks about, well, we all have our own meanings to this, to tarot. One of my interpretations of the 2 of Wands is often you see someone with a globe. And the 2 of Wands always makes me think of looking at the patterns you've been repeating that keep you stuck and from moving forward, the patterns that keep you from creating a lasting foundation. And then we have the 6 of Wands. So again, there could have been something about this person's patterns that you pointed out, and maybe you got the ego, 6 of Wands. Maybe one of your patterns, 6 of Wands, I'm seeing the reverse. So maybe one of your patterns or this person's patterns was always feeling unseen and unloved and neglected and searching for that outside of themselves, when really that needs to come from within. And that wound of feeling unloved and neglected and unseen stems from a childhood wound where you didn't feel seen and loved by your parents. So then you, in your adult life, you search for that outside of yourself. You search for someone to make you feel that way. But that feeling of feeling loved and seen and cared for needs to come from within. Does that make sense? Anyway. We have the King of Swords, truth and clarity. And again, with the King of Swords, sometimes I hear like the King of Swords can sometimes have a hard time taking accountability for their own shortcomings or undesirable behaviors. The King of Swords in reverse, it wasn't in reverse, but can also talk about someone with a relaxed view on love as well. So this person maybe never saw themselves as someone who would settle down or be monogamous. Anyway. And we have the Lovers. I knew that was going to come out because this fox was on the, like, look at the foxies there. The Lovers, divine love connection, a connection that's meant to teach you a lot about yourself and self-love. A connection that's meant, now I'm seeing the number 69, yin and yang, a connection that's meant to, again, kind of put you into that hermit energy of self-reflection and soul searching. But anyway, Gemini energy. All right. So we're just gonna do an energy check first. We have the High Priestess, beautiful. The High Priestess, unicorn energy, beautiful. You're magical. You're magical. I feel like other people are curious about you too. How do you know what you know? That's what I'm hearing. How did you know that? I'm talking about you, like people saying that about you. All right, and we've also got Knight of Pentacles on the bottoms. Very slow-moving energy over here, I think. Very slow-moving energy. Also, High Priestess, Knight of Pentacles, you could be someone who knows your inner, you're trusting your intuition, you're trusting your inner knowing that this will take a while, that this journey does take a while, but you're determined. The Knight of Pentacles is the most determined knight in the deck. And if you believe you're mirroring with your person and you want to send your person that energy, if you want them to be determined and to trust their inner knowing and to be dedicated, then that's what you need to do towards your own journey. Does that make sense? Knowing that it could take a while. All right, so let's look at your energy. Show me the viewer's energy. We have the Six of Swords and the Nine of Pentacles. Love it. Didn't I just say I saw 6-9? I just said that I was seeing 6 and 9. I think that is freaking magical. Anyway, I just knocked everything out of alignment. But anyway. I'll try not to fall off my chair again. So we have 6 and 9, yin and yang, balancing your divine feminine, divine masculine energies. The cats that I put over there for you. Everything happens for a reason. This is very interesting energy because it shows you trying to move forward. It doesn't mean you're leaving this person in the past or you're giving up on them, but you're trying to move forward. Six of Swords. You're trying to move into calmer waters yourself. You could be trying to release past hurts here too with the Six of Swords. You could be releasing resentments, releasing anger towards this person, releasing sadness. And then the Nine of Pentacles is, I love the Nine of Pentacles. It's the energy, it's like mini Empress energy is what I like to call it. But it's the energy of being very independent, very self-sufficient, focused on self-improvement, like a mini glow. Well, no, this is glow up energy. The Nine of Pentacles, Queen of Wands, very like glow up energy. So you are trying to move away from some of those emotions, some of those overwhelming emotions you were feeling towards this. You're trying to change your focus, just like your spread said. And you're very focused on your own stability right now. And look at the little snail crawling up. We've got butterflies. We've got this little snail. Like you're accepting that you know that it's not going to happen overnight. It's a long journey. What I find interesting is this bottom card. We have unease, but it's in reverse. So it feels like you are starting to trust in this. You're no longer feeling uneasy about the outcome, or I just feel like whoever you are, you're not questioning it anymore. You're really stepping into your power as that unicorn. And I love that for you. 6-9. That was funny. I like that. All right. Let's look at your person's energy. Show me their person's energy. 9 of Wands. Love that is not easy, but leads to self-improvement. One of the meanings of the 9 of Wands, I'll show it to you. Where are you, 9 of Wands? This also kind of falls in line with the Elephant, like perseverance. You're wounded and weary from battle, but you persevere with hope and determination. Last stand, persistence, grit, resilience, perseverance, close to success. The 9 of Wands represents boundaries, resilience, and courage. The asker may be feeling worn down by life's tribulations, but they persevere with hope and determination. Love requiring hard work. Love that, you know, a love connection, lovers, that is meant to be a catalyst for self-improvement. Self-improvement. So right now, your person, I feel like they're learning how to say no to others too. So this could have been someone who was always helping others or always giving to others, and they're learning how to say no to other people. But very, like, again, self-improvement energy. I think it's kind of magical that you have a 9 and they have a 9. Very independent energy. I love that. And the bat talks about death leading to rebirth. It talks about endings bring new beginnings. The bat. Beautiful. I'm going to get one more for them, though, because I want to keep it even. Well, they clearly love you. Look, 2 of Cups on the bottom, 6 of Cups, nostalgia. Yeah. So there is this, like, clearly they're improving. And I don't think they should be improving just for you. But I do feel like you are, like, I'm seeing a horse carriage with like someone holding a carrot in front of it. I feel like you're the carrot right now. I do feel like you are the driving force behind this person's transformation or wanting to change. Even though I always say, like, I always say to you, this person can't be the reason you go out. Like, you need to do it for you. Do it for you. Do it for you. Do it for you. I feel like your person needs to do it for them as well, but I'm not going to lie. I'm seeing you as that carrot. All right. Let's get another one. Oh, the 6 of Cups, 9 and 6, mirroring. 6996 could be symbolic. Maybe look it up. Let's get one more for them. Show me their energy. Well, they just want to, there's like a message here that you're on different levels right now, or you're like not quite in the same frequency, because I was trying to get one more card to like balance it out and they shot out too. But their current energy, we've got the Page of Swords. So someone gathering more information, learning about themselves, right? Page of Swords, they could be watching you. And then Knight of Swords is wanting to take action. They do have the Chariot as well, so this person could be thinking about taking action towards you soon, if they haven't already. But like I said, I feel, yeah, there's something here about them wanting to talk to you. I feel like if you are talking, though, they're holding back from you. I just want to look at the Knight of Swords. Very determined energy, Knight of Swords. Little bit impulsive, little bit impulsive. Decisive action, assertive, direct, impatient, intellectual, daring, focused, perfectionist, ambitious. Remember, one of these cards talked about releasing the need to be perfect. I don't know. I'm really curious as to what happens in this reading, because your person is in the energy of wanting to talk to you. All right. So they're learning about themselves and they're feeling like it's time to reconnect with you. 3 of Cups on the bottom. That's interesting. Let's see how you're feeling about this person. How do you feel? Well, I'm not going to take all of those, but I will take the top one. We have the 2 of Cups and the High Priestess. So you have this inner knowing that, you know, things aren't over between you. Clearly you love this person. There's also this energy of like, you wish you could help this person, or maybe you did try and help this person. Again, High Priestess, maybe you saw something in them and you tried to talk to them about it and they got very defensive. But 2 of Cups, you love this person. There's something about how that bird is offering that other bird a berry. So maybe you're hoping that they reach out to you. Maybe they're hoping that they offer you something. I wonder what a berry stands for spiritually. I know that like there's different types of berries. I just happen to have this book right here. Let me just see if there's any berries in it. Well, there's a black mulberry. That could be a black mulberry. Let's see. It's so close. That looks like a raspberry. It's so close. I don't believe in accidents, so I'm just going to read this. Everything should be coming together in projects and plans. The completion of something is indicated with black mulberries, and the energy of this fruit asks you to put your knowledge and skills to the test, which looks like your person putting their knowledge and skills to the test over here. Balance and stability are present. From this foundation, the possibilities are expanding. Setbacks, delays, and miscommunications are challenges to watch out for. Anyway, I was feeling like I was just looking at that little bird offering the other little bird that berry. And it's like, I feel like you wish this person would offer you like stability and balance, like that card said, or they would offer you something fruitful. Does that make sense? Something tangible? Anyway. So it does feel like you love this person, but you keep it, you know, it's not that you keep it a secret, but the High Priestess talks about someone who's loving and passionate about someone, but it remains behind a calm, cool exterior. So it feels like you're not trying to show this right now. All right, let's see how they're feeling about you. Do you want to come out? Yes, I'll take you. I don't want to take all of you, though. I'll take the two that I saw. Wow, we have Temperance. I was just talking about balance, was I not? So this person sees you as someone deserving of balance. I forgot to mention signs. We have Sagittarius here. But this person feels like you do deserve balance, and maybe they were very inconsistent in the past. I think it's very interesting how when I asked how you felt about them, we have 2 of Cups. And here in the Temperance card, like most Temperance cards, you see 2 cups. So I do feel like this person reciprocates those feelings for you. With Temperance, they're trying to be patient. Love cannot be rushed. So they feel like they need to be patient about coming towards you. Interesting. Queen of Cups. So this person does feel they feel a very healing energy from you. Now my throat's closing over. So there is this energy of them wanting to talk to you. Maybe they feel like they can't right now, or maybe they feel like it's not the right time. You could have also overgave to this connection, because that black mulberry that I looked up talked about balance and equality, and Temperance can talk about, in the reverse, it can talk about an imbalance. And when I was looking at this, I was seeing your person as that blue bird, like you're hoping this person offers you something substantial, something balanced. The Queen of Cups, for how this person feels about you, they know that you're focused on self-love right now. They feel that you're very kind, very compassionate, very loving, very warm. And then we have the Star. This is... So this person still has hope for this connection. They haven't let you go. And in this deck, it probably won't come out in this reading, but in this deck, one of the bonus cards is Discovery. And the Discovery card is a little mouse coming across a glass jar with a star inside the glass jar in water. And this mouse is looking at it all curious about, and I see it as someone who's like curious about healing. And I just feel like you were the catalyst for this person and their own healing journey. And I feel like you kind of smashed that glass so that they could get to that healing, is what I'm hearing. Anyway, this person still has hope for this connection. They're trying to remain positive, but it's like they know they need to come in with balance. They do need to come in with something fruitful, is what I'm hearing. Divine feminine energy on the bottom with the moon. So they're hopeful, but there's also like, and there's intuition here, but there's also uncertainty. All right. Let's see what you need to focus on right now. What do you need to focus on right now? That's funny. We have the Four of Pentacles. So focus on your own stability. Focus on your finances. Focus on areas where you feel like you are in lack. Focus on your lack mindset, like coming out of that lack mindset, I'm hearing. But these are the 2 cards that came out. So what do you need to focus on? There's the snail. So focus on taking things slow. Focus on being dedicated and determined. Focus on the Knight of Pentacles can talk about an entrepreneur. And the High Priestess, I was talking about maybe you're being called to be a light worker. So really focus on that right now. Focus on your inner knowing, trusting your intuition, knowing that this is a slow and steady type of journey. It's not quick. It can take a long time. Focus on your dedication to this journey. Focus on dedicating yourself to, like, again, if you're feeling called to be a light worker, the unicorn, focus on that. And take your focus off how long it's taking is what I'm hearing. Don't worry about how long it's taking. What does your person need to focus on? What does your person need to focus on? So your person needs to focus on the Three of Cups. So maybe right now there's like friendships that they're focusing on, or friendships that they need to release is what I was hearing. But for what they need to focus on, it does look like your person is very focused on reconnecting with you in some way. The other thing I was hearing is your person needs to focus on reciprocal energy and what that means. So sometimes when I talk about the Three of Cups, I describe like my sage pot. I don't judge the little stuff on the bottom, but anyway, I talk about like a pot, and then in a connection between two people, Three of Cups energy. I talk about how you have a cup and they have a cup, and I'm hearing Oprah, you get a car and you get a car. You both have a cup. And in order for the energy to flow between you, you both need to be giving. Like I see the Three of Cups sometimes as like energetic flow. And if you are the only one giving, that energy is not flowing. So I feel like right now your person needs to focus on, they need to focus on understanding how reciprocal energy works, which they had Temperance for you, so I think they are. The other thing is that they might need to focus on their friendships. Like maybe they have some unhealthy connections in their life. Maybe they have some unhealthy friendships that have thoughts and opinions about this connection. Maybe they need to release whatever their friends are telling them about this and focus on their own intuition and what they really want here. Three of Cups, again, also talks about reunion. So it does look like your person is focusing on reuniting with you, but also focusing on their stability. We have Four of Swords on the bottom, so they really do need to focus on resting right now. Maybe they need to focus on not spending so much time with their friends and taking more time to rest and gain clarity. Transformative energy is exhausting. Like, I think your person needs to take a nap and like spend less time going out with friends and partying, for example, and more time on healing and resting and clarity. The Queen of Pentacles for what your person needs to focus on. That's an interesting one. For some reason, I heard mother wounds. Yeah, they need to focus on spending some time at home. Queen of Pentacles, they need to spend some time working on their home or spending more time at home. They need to focus on learning how to be more nurturing and giving and caring. I don't know why I keep picking up this fox. I just don't know if your person was like generous and caring and nurturing in the past. That's what they need to focus on right now. And again, I heard mother wounds for a reason. All right, let's see what is currently blocking this connection. What is blocking this connection? We have the moon. So, for what's blocking this connection, uncertainty, fear, definitely. Possibly shadow work needing to be done, which not surprised. But that goes for you too. So what's blocking this connection? Maybe too much uncertainty about the future, fear of the unknown, fear of what's going to happen. The need to do shadow work, the need for self-reflection, the need to trust your intuition. Let me look at my book. Deception. Oh my gosh. You analyze that or analyze this. I was just hearing the therapist in that. That's not the therapist. I think that's the patient. But deception, less than desirable qualities, misunderstandings, misinterpretation. So that could be some of the blockages here. Maybe you and this person had some misunderstandings, clashing perspectives, miscommunications. You must deal with your anxiety and fears by overcoming them, for they are like shadows in the dark. The moon card advises you not to make any important decisions until the period of uncertainty is over. So it looks like this person is being guided not to come towards you, even though they want to. They're being guided to wait. And again, some of the blockages could be fear, not listening to your intuition, the need to do shadow work, uncertainty, anxiety, misunderstandings, misinterpretation, deception. All right. Let's look at the future of this connection, which is what this reading is about. So let's look at the potential future of this connection. Spirit, please. What is the future potential of this connection? A very specific card wants to come out. I just shuffled that twice. Well, then we have the Lovers on the bottom. And we have the Queen of Wands. And there's a ladybug there, and ladybugs talk about abundance, prosperity, good luck. I'm hearing birth of a daughter, so take that as it resonates. But anyway, so future potential. There is the potential of a healthy, independent relationship here with the Queen of Wands. Also, for your potential, there's potential for you to be this Queen of Wands, to be this light worker. But one of the main things with love with the Queen of Wands is about openness in a relationship. So there is the potential here for the two of you to come back together and be very open and honest with each other. And again, it also talks about independence. So the two of you, you know, having a happy relationship, but also having a healthy balance of independence, which is actually quite healthy. And I used to think that it was not healthy. It turns out I was the unhealthy one. Queen of Wands in love, independent, cheerful, and confident lover, openness in a relationship. And then we have the Lovers on the bottom. So there is the potential here for both of you to embody like amazing self-love is what I'm hearing, but also, you know, divine love connection, coming together, making the choice to be together, choosing each other is what I'm hearing. Spirit's telling me to take that. Let's get another one. Potential future. What is in the future of this connection? Well, we have the Five of Cups and the Six of Cups. So the Five of Cups is in the reverse, and that's beautiful because the Five of Cups in reverse talks about releasing and healing past wounds. It talks about forgiveness. It talks about making amends, no longer holding on to past wounds. The two of you both healing these past wounds that I've been talking about this entire reading. And Six of Cups, another energy of like reunion. Lovers, the Six of Cups, that shows a reunion. That shows the two of you coming back together. And in this deck, The Four of Pentacles, which is your connecting energy right now, is one frog. And in this one, we have two frogs coming together. So those two people who couldn't let each other go, coming back together. And I don't know if you can see this, but there's ladybugs like here and here and here and here and here and here. So look up the spiritual significance of a ladybug. Again, I was hearing, because of that other deck I use, I was seeing birth of a daughter, but I know that the ladybug means more than that. I believe it talks of abundance. And look at this bunny looking at that ladybug flying in. Beautiful. So healing from the past here, and not just from the past together, but from past wounds. Very powerful, powerful pile. All right. I'm so like, okay. My guides are like, ask about actions, even though I said I wasn't going to. I'm hearing ask about actions. Okay, I'll just do it. So, oh, we have Ace of Cups. Look. On the bottom, I didn't even look. We have Ace of Cups, renewal energy. And we have the Ten of Swords in reverse, which talks about lessons being learned, healing from the past. Beautiful. Beautiful. So let's look at their actions. I'm not going to look at timing, but I just want to see what action this person is going to take in the future towards you. What action will this person take in the future towards you? Anything else? Well, that's really interesting. These two came out in reverse. So Four of Swords in reverse is release from isolation. Reigniting passions. Four of Swords in reverse. Release from isolation. Reigniting passions. The Queen of Swords is a bit of an interesting energy. And again, every tarot reader has their own meaning that they... What's the word I'm looking for? Attribute? That's probably not the right word. But that they connect with their cards. And I've heard some interesting ones about the Queen of Swords in reverse. But in this little book that I use, it talks about how the Queen of Swords in reverse, it talks about a strained connection that causes introspection and healing. Again, I don't know if I've ever heard another reader say that about the Queen of Wands. I've heard some, no, not the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Swords. I've heard some interesting ones though. Like it says introspection and healing, love meaning, introspection and healing. It also talks about how this person could be isolating themselves excessively. And it came out with the Four of Swords in reverse. So after this person, you know, isolates themselves excessively, introspection, healing past wounds, they release themselves from isolation. Four of Swords in reverse. One more, please, Spirit, to clarify that. Let's clarify that action. Oh my goodness. Well, Ace of Cups. So that's funny. Ace of Cups ended up on the bottom, but we also have a stack of cards on the floor, which I don't really want to take them all, but I'll take the ones I saw. Well, maybe I should just take them all. These are the three I saw. So we have the Ten of Pentacles, long-term commitment. We have the Page of Wands, inspired action. We have the King of Cups, an offer of love. There's that Ace of Cups. And the cards that I saw were Two of Wands and home. So this person coming home. This person preparing to leave their comfort zone and come home after a bunch of healing is what I'm hearing. So let's get your outcome, which again, I haven't looked at. So I don't know why I'm nervous. Maybe you're nervous about what this outcome is. I haven't even looked at this. So Let's see what the outcome is. We have strength, and this card is so beautiful. There's something about stability here. After perhaps healing from cycles and patterns, all these little swirlies everywhere, we see this, you really having a strong bond with this person and this person coming home. And if you look really closely at this image, maybe you can't see it, but above that doorway, there's a yin and yang symbol, and that door is being opened. So I think that speaks for itself. We have the anchor, beautiful. Air energy, 35, which reduces to 8, which is the number of strength. Cultivating a strong relationship, I'm hearing. The anchor is also like putting down that anchor. It's stability, it's security, it's grounding. It's like, you know, like maybe your person has been, why am I seeing the littlest hobo? Anyway, that's a German Shepherd, if that's symbolic for anyone. But maybe this is someone who's never wanted to drop their anchor anywhere. Like when I think about dropping anchor, I think about, I want to stay here. I'm going to put my anchor down so that my boat doesn't go anywhere. That's what I think of. We have letter, communication. Yes. Yes. Letter, beautiful. So definitely communication from this person. Once they're in a more stable energy, that door will open. We have share the love, 3 of Cups, and we see these 2 little hearts. 3 of Cups is a reunion energy. And in the shadows here, you see 2 people coming together. This isn't about 3 people. This is about 2 people. And we see 2 halves becoming one, 2 hearts coming together. That's beautiful. We have the potato, grounding. Also, maybe you're meant to be a tarot reader. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to push it on you. One of us. Anyway, maybe you have a future as a tarot reader. But anyway, potato, grounding. We have trust, and that's world energy, so trust in this. I wish I knew the signs. Like, I haven't memorized. Oh, I should really put that up. I have something that has them all on it. I haven't memorized what these signs are, and I don't really have a book close by that will tell me what they are. So you know what they are, I'm sure. But we have trust. So we have fire and earth here. 21, world energy, completion, fulfilling a fulfilling romantic relationship. And we have, I know that's Aries, we have 17, the star. So hope restored, and we have regeneration. Beautiful. All beautiful. So let's get charms and letters. So I'm going to get a tarot pin first. I pulled out the Empress. Interesting. So the Empress in love talks about the birth of something new, the birth of something abundance. It talks about fertility. But in love, it talks about a healthy, sensual, committed relationship. So keep embodying that divine feminine. Let's get some charms. Look, we have the boat, them dropping anchor. What did I say? Progress, progression, movement. We have the moon, divine feminine energy. We have the sheep, which looks like a ram to me. I don't know what that is. We have the hot air balloon, which always makes me think of ascension. Transcending obstacles. I'm hearing preparing for union now. We have a seahorse. Maybe there's another seahorse. There is. There's actually 2. There's 3 seahorses. So for some of you, remember I was hearing birth of a child, birth of a baby. Anyway, birth of a daughter I was hearing. That could also be a fur baby that you guys get together. We have the ship's wheel. So wheel of fortune energy, change, making adjustments, things happening in divine timing. We have a flamingo, which I really wish I knew what a flamingo meant. We have a guitar. We have a swan, twin flame, swan. We have a feather. The feather in your reading. Look, we have 2 ship's wheels. So it feels like both of you make the adjustments you need to make, and it all comes together in perfect timing. We have the little separation heart. We have the black cat, so embody black cat energy I'm hearing. We have the starfish, butterfly transformation. We have the lollipop, which always makes me think of some sort of cycle coming to an end because we have the squirrel. We have a key, Hierophant energy. We have the lightning bolt, so revelations. What else was I hearing? Well, the tower, so unexpected. And then we have Saturn, which I wish I could tell you what Saturn meant. I probably, well, I can. No, I can't. I moved that deck. Never mind. I'm still learning about planets. And let's get you some letters. Whoa. I'm just stirring them as I pick them. I'm just going to get a few more. Stir, 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 stir. All right, so the Z fell. We have N, O, H, M, B, U, R, F, N, X, Q, L, C, G, E, S, Y, O, V, P, R, W, D, I, X, X, J, A, E, U, W, Y, D, L, P, T, Z, U, M, Y, E. I don't know. There's room for a few more there. That P was sticking to my finger. P, J, N, M, W, G, J, U, R, E, S, Y, V. So I'm going to leave it there, my friends. I'm sending you lots of love and light, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. Hello, Pile 3, and welcome to your reading. If you chose Pile 3 and this cute little squirrel, this is going to be your reading all about you and your person and what the future of this connection is. You'll notice that the lighting is very different. I'm filming this at 11 o'clock at night because I didn't understand why. I understand now. But before I went to film Pile 3 this afternoon, for some reason I couldn't do it. I was like, there was something, I hadn't pulled any cards. I was just looking at this, I was looking at this tarot deck, looking at the squirrel. And I was wondering if one of you has ADHD because you chose the squirrel. And to me, the squirrel is always symbolic of, you know, having ADHD for me anyway. I think of that dog from the movie Up that, you know, loses its train of thought every time it sees a squirrel. I'm feeling very warm all of a sudden. Anyway, I ended up going and having a nap because I think that I was feeling the energy before I started this, is what I think. The song Your Wildest Dreams by Moody Blues could be symbolic. I was just listening to a song that someone suggested by Moody Blues, and it was a different song. And that song started playing, Your Wildest Dreams. And part of the message of that song is, you know, I wonder if you think of me. I wonder if you think of me. You may hear my children because my children are also all neurodivergent and have a different, I think it's called circadian rhythm. I have no idea why I'm talking about all of this. I think that's what it's called. So my kids are all like night owls, so they really come alive at night. So you may hear them giggling because I could hear them laughing their little butts off before I started this reading. But part of me thinks you need that. You need, because that's a higher vibration. And I feel like whoever found this pile is not feeling the best right now. It's interesting because this is you over here and this is your person. But for some of you, you may resonate with this side. I'm not sure. So if you're resonating with this side, you're just going to have to flip the messages. You're going to have to flip-flop them for yourself, because I pulled these cards with the intent of this being the viewer. But this is very heavy energy over here, my friend. So I'm sending you lots of love and light. Again, I've never done a pick a card where I just stopped recording halfway through my pick a card. Like, that's never happened to me before. But like I said, right before I went to start your reading, right before I pulled the oracle cards, I just can't explain what happened to me. So I got overwhelmed, and I went and immediately had a nap. And now that I've pulled the oracle cards, it kind of makes sense to me. So I'm going to stop talking now and we're going to get into your reading. But it is at night, so I'm using a lamp to light this reading. Maybe you're having problems sleeping right now. Again, this feels like heavy energy in this pile. So let's just jump right in. I just want to tell you that I'm sending you lots of love and light. So I did see the shark card. I did see the shark card when I was shuffling your cards. The shark card flipped out. So I do want to talk about the shark card for a minute, even though that's not the card that came out for you. Lots of water on your side, lots of emotions. So you could be feeling very emotional right now, very hopeless, if I'm being honest. And the shark talks about something that needs to come to the surface. So you could have a lot of unexpressed emotions towards this person. Like maybe there was no closure here. Maybe you never got a chance to tell this person how you felt. Or there was such an abrupt ending that you didn't have a chance to speak your truth. And this shark card talks about the shark is only dangerous when we don't acknowledge it. This card indicates that something needs to be exposed. It's lurking in the depths and creating tension. Shark energy takes over us when we are hesitant to be honest, to be totally ourselves, or say what we really want. It may be tempting to continue to pretend that nothing is wrong, but when the shark energy is at play, we feel its presence encircling us. So I'm not sure if you're someone who has, repressed emotions about this connection, or like I said, maybe you had a lot of emotion towards this person, but you never had the opportunity to tell this person how you truly felt. Like I'm hearing words left unspoken that maybe have been kind of eating away at you, or just maybe you were denying feeling the emotion of this. And I can understand that. I've been through that before on my own journey. And one of the things that I would do was I would avoid music, because I know that for me, music makes me feel a lot, especially if there's meaning behind those songs or they remind me of someone. And so for a long time, I didn't realize I was doing it, but I wasn't listening to music. And I'm someone who listens to music all the time. And in a way, I was kind of preventing myself from feeling the emotions that I needed to feel. And one thing about emotions is that you can push them down, you can cram them down for a long time, but they're always going to bubble up to the surface, kind of like that shark card was talking about. Anyway, the shark card didn't come out, but I'm rubbing my eyes. The shark card didn't come out, but this came out in reverse, the fish. And out of all of the piles I've done today, including your person, this was the only reversal. This was the only pile where there's reversed energy. So I do feel like maybe you're feeling very shadowy right now, or like you're not in your... I just feel like you're losing belief. This fish card talks about being lost in the current. And when it's in the upright, it can talk about you know, feeling kind of lost in the current, but the universe kind of directs you back into flow. But where this came in reverse, it just feels like, what was the expression I was hearing? I was hearing up the creek without a paddle. I don't know what that means because I don't understand expressions at all. But I was hearing up the creek without a paddle. I have no idea what that what that means, but that's what I was hearing. And it just kind of feels like you've lost your way a little. And again, for some of you, you may be listening to this and you're like, that's not my energy. So maybe just stick around and see what this pile is. Because like I said, for some of you, it could be flip-flopped. But for the viewer, I was getting this very heavy energy of, again, feeling very out of alignment with this fish energy in reverse. The fish in reverse talks about distracted. Oh, the squirrel, distractions, that makes sense. But losing focus, distracted, feeling lost in the current, changes mind often. So for some of you, you could be like, it's funny that it's a fish, but you could be flip-flopping back and forth between trusting in this connection and trusting in what's happening, or thinking you have no idea what's going on and you're just imagining things, if I'm being honest. I'm not saying you're imagining things, but I'm hearing that like flip-flop energy, which makes sense with the fish, I guess. But anyway, like I said, lost in the current, you just feel a little lost right now and possibly a little hopeless, I'm hearing. Let's continue with your energy. Again, you had a lot of reversals. We have the Ace of Ariel, which is the Ace of Pentacles, and I'll read you the message on it. It's your lucky day, new resources of money, time, and support, a change in job or promotion. And the fact that it's in reverse, it feels like you don't feel like it's your lucky day. It feels like maybe even you're struggling financially, or there's been a change in your job, or this says promotion, but it's in reverse. So maybe you've been demoted in some way. Is that the word, demoted? Or maybe you've lost your job. It just feels like, it almost feels like you're trying to swim upstream, swim up whitewater rapids. Like you're trying to fight the current. You're trying to swim up the rapids. Does that make sense? And what I mean by that is you could feel like just nothing is going right in your life right now. It's like the opposite of, I don't know if you've heard of lucky girl syndrome, like how lucky can I get today? Or, what will the universe give me today? It's like the complete opposite. It's like the complete opposite here. I want to talk about the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. So you could be feeling, again, lack of money, lack of resources, lack of growth. You could be feeling very insecure right now, specifically maybe about your finances. Where's my book? There it is. So let's talk about it. Missed chances. So you could feel like you missed out on something here, or you missed your chance to tell this person how you truly felt, or you're seeing this as a missed opportunity that might not come around again. Scarcity, deficiency, instability, bad investments. Ace of Pentacles reversed indicates that you may feel like you're experiencing delays with your projects and new business or in your personal life. It seems that things are not moving forward in the way you envisioned. And we have loss of emotional stability. So again, this is very heavy energy. There is advice here about avoid making large purchases at this time, like avoid spending money at this time or making large purchases. So I wanted to mention that as well. Let's keep going. So then you had the Ace of Cups come out in reverse. And like I said, there was not any pile today that had reversals except for this one. And specifically yours, not your person, yours. So it feels like I'm not saying this is how you feel all the time. Like maybe I just caught you on a bad day, but there's definitely like loss of hope, loss of, well, you can hear what I'm saying. It's very heavy energy. You could be like feeling very depressed right now or very down. It could be that you're, going through some sort of awakening too. Sometimes awakenings, you could be experiencing a lot of tower moments, or you experienced a tower moment recently, which it kind of shakes the ground underneath your feet and leaves you feeling quite lost. I don't know, maybe you're going through a dark night of the soul. Like I said, this is very heavy energy, and awakenings are not just sunshine and rainbows. Awakenings are, they can be very intense. Why can't I find cups? So Ace of Cups reverse, coldness, emptiness, emotional loss, blocked creativity, feeling unloved, gloominess. And I think it's interesting that I couldn't do this reading earlier, and now I'm doing it at night. Like, again, you could be having problems sleeping or just gloominess, darkness. When the Ace of Cups is reversed, it can signal that you feel an emotional blockage. You may be going through a period where you are repressing emotions or having trouble expressing yourself. And again, if there's a separation between you, or there was some sort of ending where they just kind of went away and there was no closure, you could have a lot of unexpressed emotions towards this person. And one thing that I will suggest for you is to write that down on a piece of paper, like to write them a letter. You don't have to send it to them, but just sit down and write your feelings out just to get it out of you. Or if you have a friend that you can talk to your friend about it so that you're not holding that in. You can also write this person a letter about, or even yourself, but you can write this person a letter about some of these feelings that you were never able to express to them, and then burn it on the full moon and release it. The other thing you can do is write down all the emotions you're feeling. So Spirit's reminding me of when I went to see someone on the other side of the country, and I didn't know anybody else in the city. And I went through a huge tower moment with this person. And I was in this city where I didn't know anyone, and I felt very lost. And I remember one of the people who worked at the hotel said something to me, and I was in such a low place that I took it really personally. I think they just asked me to move or something. I can't remember what it was. It was something like, can you go over there? And I was in such a low place that my rejection wounds were shining through. And I remember I went and sat in a parking lot, and I pulled out my phone, and I felt all of these like repressed, is that the right word? Repressed emotions that were like bubbling up inside of me, kind of like that shark energy. And I pulled up my phone and I just started writing everything I was feeling. I wrote, I feel alone. I feel like I'm in the way. I feel like I'm being rejected. I feel lost. I feel confused. I feel sad. And I just wrote it all out just to get it out of me instead of holding that within. So that is one thing that you can do. Ace of Cups, sadness, separation, vulnerability, insecurity in the way of love. Feeling unmotivated or bored when it comes to your job. You could be dealing with unfriendly colleagues. Finances, disappointing news, frustration and sadness regarding finances. And there's advice here as well. This card signifies that you should take time to engage in activities you love to get your creativity and joy flowing again. It's a time to practice self-love and self-expression and connect with your intuition. And right now your intuition could be being blocked by all this sadness. And again, I just want to hug you. I feel like even saying this, you could be hearing me say, you know, it's your fault that your emotion or that your intuition is blocked. You're blocking it with your sadness. And that's not what I'm saying at all. Feelings shouldn't be swept under the carpet. Feelings are not wrong. You're allowed to feel the way you feel. I'm validating those feelings, but I'm saying that all of this emotion and insecurity can be silencing your intuition. And I feel like for some of you, your ego mind is kind of taking control of this situation. I was reading The Inner Work to my soul tribe, or I was reading it to them. For the past week, I've been reading this book about the inner work. And the inner work talks about how it's like a Cherokee folktale that talks about how we have two wolves inside of us. We have an evil one and we have a light one. And the more power we give the evil one, the more powerful it becomes. And it kind of silences the light one, or whatever it was. Whoa, I'm skipping way ahead. We're not that far yet. I'm just wondering if I can find it for you so I can explain it. Let me just see. Oh, I probably can't find it. I should probably just pause it. Where was that? Cherokee folktale, here it is. I'm just going to read this to you because I feel called to. Once, a long time ago, an elder sat by the fire and taught his grandson about life. He said to the boy, "There's a fight going on inside all of us, a fight between two wolves. One is evil, angry, miserable, sad, resentful, prideful, and full of shame, guilt, and self-pity. The other is good. He is peaceful, happy, grateful, kind, benevolent, generous, truthful, optimistic, trusting, and compassionate." The boy thought about life for a moment and asked, "Which one will win?" To which the elder replied, "The one you feed." So it feels like right now that little evil wolf inside of you is very hungry. Anyway, I'm also trying to be, I don't want to trigger you in any way because I feel like you're in a very delicate, vulnerable energy right now. So again, I'm sending you lots of love and light. And you may be interested in what your person is going through right now, because it's not similar, and it might just give you a different perspective of what's actually going on here. So we have recharge, breathe, let go, clear your mind. So right now you are meant to be recharging your batteries. You're meant to be showing yourself a lot of self-love. You're meant to be in Four of Swords energy, resting. So try and get as much rest as you can. And you could be having a problem doing these things. You could be having a hard time letting go of the outcome. You could be having a hard time letting go of this person. Like I said, it feels like there was no closure here. It feels like you have things that you never said to this person that kind of live within you and inside of your heart is what I'm hearing. And then we have the whip, which is fire energy, and we have water and earth. That's interesting that there's well, this one is kind of air because I mentioned Four of Swords. So there's a bit of every element here. But the whip is actually a very negative card in the Lenormand deck. I can kind of touch on what the whip talks about for you, although you may not resonate with any of it, or sorry, with some of it. The whip card is associated with cleansing and putting things in order on any level. It can indicate cleaning the house, as well as investigations and inspections at work, or attempts to figure out romantic relationships, usually accompanied by quarrels, reproaches, accusations. This card talks about a clash of interests, contradictions, opposition, criticism, conflicts, inspections, accusations, legal disputes, punishment, fines, sanctions. This card is one of the most painful and unpleasant. It can show both physical pain and moral suffering, humiliation, increased nervous excitability, strong emotions, anger, reoccurring chronic pains. In a positive sense, this card can be associated with active communication, negotiations, attempts to defend and uphold your point of view, although this can easily turn into a verbal altercation and quarrel. So the fact that this is surrounded by more negative cards, we would take the more negative meanings of it. So physical pain, moral suffering, humiliation, increased nervous excitability, strong emotions, anger, reoccurring chronic pains. So like I said, very heavy energy on your side. So just remember that I'm sending you lots of love and light, even if you can't feel it. You deserve to love on yourself is what I'm hearing. You deserve love, and maybe you don't feel like you do. So I'm going to get to this side next. Like I said, this was the viewer. Again, you may be watching this and you may resonate more with this side, and that's okay. Just flip the energy as you see fit. So let's get to your person's energy. We have the Crow, air energy, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. So what's really interesting about your person right now is they are tapping into their intuition, but it feels like you are having a hard time tapping into your intuition. This is also someone who could have, like, maybe they don't know this, but they could have psychic abilities. Let me look at the Crow for you. My kids having a good old time downstairs. Spiritually strong, creative, watchful, strong and clear. When out of balance, ungrounded, and hypersensitive. So your person could, like, you could resonate with your person having ADHD as well. The Crow holds within its mind's eye the three realities, past, present, and future. Crow energy is potent and should only be tapped into when the mind is clear. Those with Crow tendencies must balance their lives with a healthy diet, joyful friends, and regular self-study. So right now, your person is actually quite clear-headed, and they're really tapping into their intuition. And they're thinking about and looking and examining the past, present, and future of this connection. And it looks like they're trying to balance out their life. And I think it's really interesting because your life feels very out of balance. So there's something about you trying to balance in your own energy as well. Very tapped into their intuition. They could be seeing signs and synchronicities about you as well. I feel called to say, like, one of the signs this person sends you could be a crow. So pay attention if you're seeing crows, because that's something that I just heard. But let's continue with your person's energy. We have healing. So right now your person is tapped into this star energy. They're spending a lot of time healing. They're thinking about the past, present, and future and healing. And this could go all the way back to their childhood. Like, this person could be looking at childhood wounding. And they're breaking free from something here. They're breaking free from the chains that have kept them trapped and stuck. Perhaps even healing unhealthy attachment styles. It's so interesting to me that you and your person are in such different energies. Like I said, it's like this person, the star card, they have hope for this. They are envisioning a future with the Crow. They're thinking about the future. But it feels like right now you feel very hopeless. It's almost like polar opposites. Anyway. So right now your person is Like I said, very focused on healing. They're breaking free from the things that have kept them stuck. And maybe this person has been stuck for a while, and that's part of what you're going through, is that they've been stuck for so long that now you feel stuck. Aquarius energy, lots of air energy over on their side. That's not where you go. You go down there. Let's get this one. We have the Wheel of Fortune energy. So right now your person, whatever they're going through, destined, it's destined. They're going through a lot of changes, a lot of adjustments. And what's really interesting is it says new beginnings, end of delays. And I just said, I feel like your person has been very stuck. It says a change in direction that offers happiness. So it's like this person's wheel is finally turning. But I feel like it's been stopped for so long that it stopped your wheel, or you feel like your wheels stopped turning. And now this person is finally breaking free from that. I don't think I just heard for some of you when I said new beginnings, you could be afraid that I'm saying that your person has someone new in their life, and that's not what I'm saying at all. But this shows there's a new chapter that they are starting here. There's a new, like maybe your person has recently been through an awakening and there's like rebirth energy over here. The end of delays. Again, the things that kept them stuck, the things that kept them delayed, they're breaking free from now. For some reason, I'm very warm. I'm going to have to pause this and take my sweater off. Hang on. The fact that I was feeling, I hope you can hear me. I almost forgot to put my headphones on. The fact that I'm feeling so warm is also symbolic to me of karmic energy, or like, sorry, not karmic energy, phoenix energy. So it's like this person is going through a major transformation. And maybe that is what you're feeling. Like you could be feeling the messy side effects of their transformation right now. Anyway, I'm hoping that when you see what your person is going through, it's going to help you a little, but we'll continue on. Oh, I forgot about this card. So we have the Man here, and this is water energy. And I've never actually gotten this card in this deck. This card has never come out. But this person is, I want to say that they're stepping into their divine masculine energy. They're stabilizing in their own energy. This could have been someone like, I'm hearing, I think it's from Mulan about, I'll make a man out of you. And I'm not saying that this person is necessarily a man, but you could have been dealing with someone quite immature, like someone who didn't have the life experience that they needed to have in order to learn these lessons or appreciate this connection. And it feels like right now your person is like maturing into this man energy. Again, I don't gender my readings, so take that as it resonates. But I'm also hearing like divine masculine energy. They're stepping into their power. They're starting to break free from that past version of themselves, and they're stepping into their power. I don't want this to trigger you either, because for some of you, I feel like that could... Hang on. The Man card, if it's in this person's spread, it's about them. And unless you're a man, and now I'm talking about gender because I have to with this specific card. But if your person is the masculine, this is about them. If your person is embodies the more masculine characteristics, I'm not sure if your counterparts or not, but that's kind of what is coming through a little here. The fact that I'm talking about this could be a female who embodies the masculine counterpart. And if that's the case, if you are the man, then this card represents them thinking about you, if that makes sense. Like I said, if this is the masculine twin and this is a masculine, I don't like to gender, but then this represents them and what they're going through. So it talks about proactivity, assertiveness, initiative, self-confidence, responsibility. This card conveys the notion that a firm masculine hand is steering the course of events. So it's like this person has taken the wheel. Wheel of Fortune. Oh my gosh. I didn't even put those two together. It's like this person has taken control of their own destiny. And maybe in the past, this was someone who didn't want to step up and take the wheel. This is someone who kind of, you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing it is what it is. This could have been someone who just, didn't want to change, or they were resistant to change. They were resistant to their intuition. They were resistant from breaking free from the things that kept them stuck. And now all of a sudden they're taking the wheel in their own hands. They're taking control of the situation. And again, for some of you, I don't want you to feel bad about that, because I was hearing for some of you, you could have that mindset. Like I specifically heard, oh, well, great. It's great. They're getting their life together now that I'm over here heartbroken and, longing for them. There could be a little bit of resentment there, I'm hearing, but this is actually a good thing for this connection, that your person is in this energy, because it shows they're finally taking control of their situation. They're finally maturing. They're finally breaking free from all the things that kept them stuck here. And then we have clingy. We have clingy here. And it talks about old ways. It talks about exes, dead relationships, old ways. So this is someone who is thinking about the past here with you. They're thinking about, this is someone who's realizing a pattern, is what I'm seeing. They're realizing that whatever pattern played out with you is the same pattern that played out with anyone they were ever romantically involved with. And possibly even deeper than that. Possibly they're even making the connection that there was a pattern that was playing out with work colleagues or friendships or family. Like they're making the connection here that however they treated you in the past or whatever went down between you, it's a little familiar to them because they've been through it before, and they're finally making that connection. The fact that we have clingy here, I'm not calling your person clingy, but it tells me that they're still holding on to the thought of you. That even though this door feels shut, they're still holding on to the idea of you. Again, I feel like this was someone who was clinging to their old ways. For some of you, maybe they were clinging to an ex in the past too. You would know about that. That wouldn't be news to you. This could have been someone who had an ex that they clung on to or couldn't forget about or whatever. But it feels like now that's you, or they're clinging on to the idea of you. And again, they were clinging on, they were holding on to their old way of life or their old being or their immaturity, not wanting to make those changes, and now they're finally making those changes. So we're going to get connecting energy, and then I pulled future energy, which I haven't looked at. I didn't look at it for any pile. If you're coming from pile 2, I forgot to get surrender cards for pile 2, which I still feel bad about because I like to keep things even. So I'm going to set these out before I forget for you. I forgot for pile 2, but I got them some extra tarot cards, so they shouldn't be upset. But I have the future energy here, which I haven't looked at, which we will look at after the tarot. I haven't looked at it yet. I did look at all these cards. They were coming out. So let's get connecting energy. And you got extra cards from what I can remember. Yeah, we have seek, hermit energy, soul searching, isolation, pause and love to introspect, seeking your purpose, trying to find your purpose. And look at these 2 blue birds. I feel like that's very symbolic. that this truly is a connecting energy with the Hermit. You're both going through this. Let me just read the Hermit to you because, again, this is connecting energy. I'm going the wrong way. Oh my gosh, I don't know if you can hear my kids. They're so worked up right now. It's all happy noises. It'll help raise your vibration. And if it annoys you, just side note, because I'm hearing my mother in my head. But when I was 16 and very depressed, the sound of happy people annoyed me and triggered me because I was in a very shadowy energy. So just know that even if it's triggering you to hear people laugh or see people happy, it can actually help raise your vibration. Self-reflection, introspection, contemplation, withdrawal, solitude, search for self. Pause in love life to introspect, becoming more self-understanding in love, contemplating next steps in career, searching for purpose in career, contemplating role of finances and happiness, less focus on material things. Never be afraid to take this chance to be alone. Never be afraid to take this chance to reflect, as it could help you clear your mind of all the clutter that comes with everyday life. If you can, I would even suggest, if you could take a day away to yourself, especially if you have kids. If you could just take a day away from everything, away from social media, away from tarot readings, away from work, to just really do some self-care for yourself and pamper yourself. I highly suggest it for you. We have the Eight of Michael, Eight of Swords, so separation, a lot of overthinking here. So even though your person is in this very intuitive energy, taking control of their life, they still think about you. They're very much in their head. I feel like you're in your head. The Eight of Swords is overthinking. It's a self-imposed prison. It's self-limiting beliefs. And it feels like your person is freeing themselves from those self-limiting beliefs right now. You can be free. Make a courageous choice to change your situation, not seeing things clearly. So it's interesting because I almost feel like you're not seeing things clearly right now. And your person who wasn't seeing things clearly for so long is now making a courageous choice to change their situation. But again, maybe you're picking up on I'm hearing backlog. Maybe you're picking up on the backlog of all of their energy right now. Maybe it's consuming you. Eight of Swords can also talk about trauma that keeps us stuck, trauma that can be healed but keeps us trapped. So let me just touch on the Eight of Swords, although it feels like your person is coming out of this energy. It feels like Archangel Michael is guiding them out of this energy, is what I'm hearing. Archangel Michael, can you please go help my person out, please? Please, can you do me a solid? Trapped, restricted, victimized, paralyzed, helpless, powerless, imprisonment. You may be your worst enemy because you fear the future. You may feel that circumstances limit you, but there are more serious limitations in your life due to the fact that you refuse to see the real state of affairs. And I don't think that you're refusing to, again, I'm feeling like your energy is very delicate right now, so I'm trying to be very careful about the way that I'm talking to you. But I don't want you to think that you're in this energy because you're refusing to see that this is over and this person has no interest in you and they don't think about you. That's not what I'm saying. But you could be, your intuition could be very blocked right now. Do I think that your person was refusing to see this situation clearly and refusing to change their ways in the past? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I sure do. And right now, they're making the courageous choice to change their situation. And I know it's hard, but Spirit's saying you can do the same thing. You can change. You can work on those self-limiting beliefs, is what I'm hearing. So interesting. This one also talks about dependence on job, can't change careers, fear of job changes, anxiety about money, can't see financial opportunity. I am going to read you the advice at the bottom of this. It says, the most important step to releasing limiting beliefs, especially feelings of victimization at the hands of another, or a sense of unworthiness due to recent events. Remember, the situation is not as bad as you imagine. And this person, you could be feeling a sense of unworthiness because of how they treated you, or how they left this situation, or how whatever happened between you. For connecting energy, we have the moon. So there's a lot going on beneath the surface that you can't see here. There's a lot of, again, there's a lot of hidden things happening here that you can't see. What's going on between you? There's a lot of, if you think about the moon card, the moon talks about intuition. So there's like this intuitive energy between the two of you, but there's also fear. The moon talks about fear. The moon also talks about shadow work. So there could be some unhealed shadows here that you still need to look at, or you still need to heal if you're still feeling, you know, this sense of being unloved and being rejected and sadness and separation. It could be that there's some sort of shadow work that you still need to work on. I feel like your person is working on shadow work as well. Let me look at the moon card. Not for any other pile did I spend so much time looking in the book. Intuition, acute sensitivity, deep immersion, lots of emotions, the moon. It represents our rich psychic world, which reacts to and reflects the external world. So you could just be reacting to the external world here. What this person has shown you externally is now what's happening to you internally, if that makes sense. Just as the moon reflects the sun's light. This card also represents cycles and changeability. Just as the sun card is linked to masculinity, the moon represents the power of femininity. For the moon to shine in full force, it needs the sun energy. So that's really interesting to me. So you could be really missing your person right now is what I'm hearing. I just want to talk about the traditional, again, I didn't do this for any other pile. I just kind of went through this first part pretty quick. The only book that I looked at for the other piles was the animal one. Now my ears are ringing. Moon, illusion, intuition, uncertainty, confusion, complexity, secrets, unconscious. Complicated romance, uncertainty about love or relationship, uncertainty about career path, confusion about job, lack of information, unclear around financial decisions. You need to be aware of the situations that are causing fear and anxiety in your mind, whether it is in the present or the future, like overthinking about the future. The moon card alerts you to not allow your inner disturbances and self-deception to get the best of you. So that's connecting energy. Again, there's a lot of things going on beneath the surface that you can't see here. All right, let's get this card. We have wisdom. So again, right now, you're both meant to be tapping into your intuition, tapping into that higher wisdom, letting your inner wisdom, your inner knowing lead the way here. And I just feel like with all these emotions that you have, and again, not your fault, I feel like it's blocking your inner knowing, it's blocking your intuition, and it's creating fear and perhaps a little bit of paranoia. Whereas your person is tapping into their intuition finally. I don't want to be hard on your person either, but like I feel like your person has been clinging to their old ways for quite a while. And like I said, I feel like how can I put that? I'm hearing collateral damage, like you're experiencing the collateral damage of that energetically. And you got two of these cards, and I can't remember what they are. I do remember one of them flipped out of the deck and flipped back in. And I thought, should I take that? And I thought, no, I'm not going to take that. If it wanted to come out, it would have come out. And then I shuffled the deck twice and it came flying out again. So it wanted to be out. That's the one, blocked. So then we have Epiphany. So in the past, I feel like this person blocked you. And whether they literally blocked you on social media or they just blocked you energetically, that's what I was getting from your energy, that this person was kind of like there was no closure. There was just like a sudden ending. This person didn't want to hear your thoughts, or maybe you just didn't tell them your thoughts. But it says nothing to say, stop calling. And then it came out with Epiphany. So I feel like there was a reason it flipped out of the deck and then flipped back in. And when it came flying out again, it came with Epiphany. So it truly feels to me like in the past, this connection was blocked, even just energetically, until this person had an epiphany, until they had this realization. And maybe it's being blocked until you have your own epiphany, until you both have your epiphanies, self-reflection, answered questions, untapped talents. Anyway, that's the connecting energy. All right, so let's get into tarot. We'll see what happens here. We have the Devil in reverse. Releasing the chains is what I'm hearing. The Devil in reverse is about releasing or surrendering. It's about, well, I'll just read. It's about becoming more self-aware, right? The Devil card in reverse symbolizes becoming self-aware. You could be dealing with a Capricorn. And again, maybe I just feel like for some of you, for a long time, you had belief and you had hope. But after so long of this, like being blocked and this person's energy, like refusing their own self-awareness is what I'm hearing, being stuck by those chains, being stuck in their old ways, not listening to their intuition. I feel like they were slowly feeding that energy back to you energetically. And it took its toll on you, is what I'm hearing. It accumulated. I'm hearing like it accumulated. You fought it off for as long as you could, and then it just swallowed you up whole. I have no idea why I'm hearing any of these things, but that's what my guides are saying. So independence, freedom, revelation, release, reclaiming power, reclaiming control. The moment when an individual becomes self-aware and breaks all the chains that come with addiction and poor habits, breaking the chains. All right. So I feel like that's your person. We have the Fool. We have the Fool. Very interesting. And we have the Two of Cups. So those cards, it's almost like this person wants to take a leap of faith towards you and have an honest conversation. It's like this person, now that they're more self-aware and they've broken free from those chains and those old ways and those mindsets that kept them stuck, they're realizing they reciprocate this energy. They reciprocate these feelings towards you. I may have to go down and get my dogs at some point because my family will be going to bed and my dogs will be down there alone. We have the Chariot, forward movement. And you know what they say? Sometimes right before you hit the top, right before you hit your manifestation, right before you hit success or whatever, that's when it feels the messiest. It's always darkest before the dawn, is what I'm hearing. So we do have Chariot energy here, and we've got the Six of Cups. My goodness. So there's a lot of forward movement here. You could be dealing with a Cancer. And we have Six of Cups, like soul connection, soulmate, nostalgia, missing you, wanting to reconnect. And then we have the Five of Pentacles, feeling very left out in the cold. So maybe for some of you, you felt like this was coming for a while and it didn't come, and it's got you feeling this Five of Pentacles energy. So I just want to look at you. Let's look at your energy first. So show me the viewer, please. Show me the viewer. We've got the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. So clearly your intuition. I wish I knew more about chess, because this card has a chess piece knocked over. But the Knight of Cups talks about intuition. The Knight of Cups follows their intuition, even if it doesn't make logical sense. It's also an energy of like, it can be an energy of rekindling a connection, but there's something about how this is like, I know that's checkmate, right? When they knock it over, they say checkmate. You could be feeling like this person, like you could be feeling like checkmate, I'm done. Like you got me, I'm done. Like you're in this very hopeless energy. I need to confirm this. I'm going to look at the Knight of Cups, because it does show that you do have an intuitive feeling about this connection. But again, it feels like that's all blocked and muddied right now by this low vibrational energy that you're feeling. And again, I could have just caught you on a bad day, my friend. Like, Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups. It just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, okay. Yep, that makes sense. Thank you, Spirit. I was like, this just doesn't make sense to me. And now I'm thinking about the fact that you have all these reversals. And my guides were like, look at the reversal of this card. So I'm going to flip this card around, even though it didn't come out in reverse. The fact that you have so much blocked energy, I'm going to talk about the reversal. So back to what I was saying, I do feel like you have an intuitive feeling about this person, even if it doesn't make logical sense to you. Knight of Cups. But I looked over at the Knight of Cups in reverse, and it talks about moodiness. It talks about emotions. And right at the bottom here, it says, this card encourages the asker to take a step back and find a way to release the heavy emotions they are carrying. They are invited to take a deeper look at their needs and feelings before jumping to conclusions. And I spent like 5 minutes talking to you about how to release heavy emotions, and how maybe you have these emotions that you've never been able to express to this person. Like, again, I'm hearing something about unspoken words, or all the things I never said. So now that makes sense, but I am going to get one more. And we've got the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom. So these heavy emotions that you're feeling could be because this has been taking so long. Especially if you're dealing with a younger masculine. And I am talking about gender this one time. Or a younger person. Let's say you're older than this person and you were like, this is someone young. It can take a young person, because they don't have that life experience, it can take a young person longer to mature and to wake up, if that makes sense. But I just want to confirm you. Show me the viewer. Yeah, Two of Pentacles. So back and forth between that evil wolf and the nice wolf is what I'm hearing. Back and forth between your... back and forth between your intuition and your ego, even though that's not the meaning of the Two of Pentacles. I always see that card as like you're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, flip-flopping, right? The Two of Pentacles, you know, it can talk about like weighing up your options as well. Whoops, I went too far. And on the bottom of the deck, we have the Hierophant. So you could be like, hang on. You could be going back and forth between like, is this a Hierophant connection or am I just imagining things? Should I give up? Should I just move on? You could also be going back and forth between, you know, some days you're trusting in your intuition and other days you feel this heavy emotion. So you could be really, again, going back and forth here. All right, let's get your person's energy. Show me their person's energy. We have the Tower. How interesting. Divine intervention. Six of Cups. So this is someone who is releasing a lot right now. They've been through a Tower moment. They're having revelations. They're having a breakthrough moment. A foundational shift in the way they view themselves, in the way they view past connections. Whoa, we have the Empress. So they're in, that's so interesting to me. They're in like, I feel like that has to do with you as well. Thinking about you. But I honestly feel like they're having a lot of realizations about you right now. And again, if this person is going through some sort of divine intervention, some sort of awakening, look, there's a squirrel up there. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be surprised if you're picking up on that energy. I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, your person in feminine energy, so that right now they're, you know, they're in the energy where they're not chasing anything. They're really focused on themselves, nurturing themselves. They're having a lot of revelations about you specifically, I'm hearing. And we've got the Six of Cups on the bottom. So they are very nostalgic about you. They could also be, there's something about realizations about their old ways. So they could be having a lot of realizations about like childhood wounding, for example. That is so interesting. So your person could have been more in like, I'm hearing distorted feminine energy in the past. And now they're in more of this balanced feminine energy. And the fact that they have man and the Empress shows me that they are balancing their feminine and masculine energies right now, which temperance, I'm hearing temperance, healing. And I'm looking at you over there so sad. Let me just look at this. Yeah, I feel like this person is really nurturing themselves right now, taking care of themselves, showing themselves compassion for some of these realizations they're having. Again, I think that they're having, look, a foundational shift in the way they view love. So I think they're having a lot of realizations about you right now with the Empress. Feeling very nostalgic about you with the Six of Cups on the bottom. Let's see how you feel about this person. How do you feel about this person? How do you feel about this person? We have the Ten of Cups, the Chariot, and the Lovers. So I'm hearing a few different things for this. For how you truly feel about this person, you definitely want forward movement. You definitely see a future with this person. You definitely see them as your happily ever after. as your emotional fulfillment. And the lovers, you see them as this, as your person. Like I'm hearing, nobody compares to my person. You know, you feel this divine love connection with them. We've got the Queen of Swords. So for some of you, there could be boundaries up here. For some of you, you could be even... That was weird. I could have sworn I just heard jingle bells, but there's no way I heard jingle bells. I don't have any bells in my house like that. Christmas could be symbolic, but anyway. It does feel like there's boundaries here between you, but you clearly love this person. Like, look at this energy. Gemini, Cancer energy. So deep down, you do see a future with them. I think it's interesting how this feminine is like staring at this masculine here. Now, for some of you, I immediately heard fear. I heard, for some of you, your fear for how you feel about this person is that they've moved on and they're happy without you. And that's not the case here. That's not the case. That's your ego telling you that. But I can see how much love you have for this person. Let's see how they're feeling about you. You know what? Spirit's telling me to look at the reversal of those, because your energy, like I said, I didn't have any reversals in any other pile. So Spirit's just telling me to look at the reversals for how you're feeling about this person. So I'm just going to go through them all really quickly for you to confirm. Chariot in reverse. No direction, no control, powerless, obstacles. The Lovers in reverse. Disharmony, imbalance, conflict, detachment, bad choices, indecision. Imbalance in relationship, cold, detached partner. And then the Ten of Cups in reverse. I'm hearing disharmony right away. Separation, disharmony, isolation. Whoa, meddling relatives, a short fling, external forces affecting relationship. So I'm wondering, like, again, deep down, I feel like your inner knowing, your inner truth is that you do see a future with this person and you love them. But when you're in this, I don't know how else to talk about it except shadow energy. You feel all of those things, if that makes sense. All right, let's get back to your person's feelings. How does your person feel about you? That came out so quick. We have the Four of Swords, rest and reflection. So this person is gaining clarity about you right now. They're thinking about you a lot. Queen of Cups on the bottom. Oh, so this person sees you as the Queen of Cups, feels you're very compassionate, very loving. With you, with the imbalance over here, you could have been an overgiver. You could have given more to this person than they gave to you. This person is clearly heavily reflecting on this, thinking about you right now with this Four of Swords energy, gaining clarity about you, gaining clarity about the fact that they have feelings for you. Look at that, Seven of Wands. So for some of you, this person could have, you know, denied this connection. Let's just get a few more for how they're feeling about you. The Moon, divine feminine energy. So again, there's a lot of intuition about you here. They also have fear and uncertainty about the future of this connection, because for how they're feeling about you, Four of Swords, that's like a withdrawn energy. So they could feel like you've withdrawn your energy or you're not interested in them. And they could feel uncertainty about this relationship right now. Look, a wolf, and I was talking about, that's making me think of that Cherokee folktale that I just told you about, where this is the evil wolf and this is the nice one, the golden retriever. Anyway, I think it's really interesting that divine feminine energy is coming out twice on your person's side. Just one second. So, like I was saying, I do feel like your person has a lot of fear and uncertainty if you would even give them another chance, because they're feeling like you're very withdrawn from them. Let's get another one for how they're feeling about you. We have the Page of Cups, new perspectives. New perspectives, perhaps about reciprocity. So in the past, this could have been, like, this person may not have reciprocated the energy, however that's resonating for you, and they're having a new perspective about this. And the fact that we had the Queen of Cups and the Page of Cups here, I definitely think this person is younger than you. For how they're feeling about you, again, fresh perspectives on love. You could have caused this person to feel quite vulnerable. Again, not your fault, but this person maybe wasn't comfortable feeling vulnerable. Fresh perspectives on relationship. It also talks about wanting to renew a relationship. Interesting. So again, this person, I don't know, I think this person was younger than you. Maybe not. But they have new perspectives on this, and the fact that they do have feelings for you and they do reciprocate this energy. Death and transformation, temperance. Spirit's saying one more. Oh, the Hierophant. Oh, my goodness. So they do see you as someone they could commit to. That's the marriage card. And what's interesting is you're over here going back and forth. Like, is this my Hierophant? Do I have a soul contract with this person? Look, the Lovers. Look at that. For how they feel about you. Divine love connection. Something that they, haven't felt with anyone else. And the Hierophant shows they do have a new perspective here. They've got commitment on their mind is what I'm seeing. All right, so let's see. I want to see what you need to focus on right now other than yourself. What should you be focusing on right now? We have the King of Cups. That is interesting. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So one of the meanings of the King of Cups, and I can pull out my book and show it to you if you want, talks about counseling. It talks about an advisor or a counselor. So if you are really struggling, and I know that it's not cheap to have a counselor or an advisor, you could even start following some on, like, you could find a good one on YouTube. I wouldn't consume too much of it on like TikTok and Instagram, because that can cloud your intuition even more. But find like a good one on YouTube, and just one. Like, you can like listen to a couple, but again, I wouldn't go on like TikTok and mindlessly scroll through therapists, because that can also confuse you. But I'm certain the King of Cups talks about advice and counseling, which makes sense. So what should you focus on right now? Balance between head and heart. Oh my gosh, yes. So you need to really focus on balancing and aligning your head and your heart so they're not at war with each other. It does talk about a counselor here. I knew it. That's what I was hearing. Balancing emotional, practical, and logical needs. Being realistic but hopeful about finances. The King of Cups, listen to this. This is your advice of what to work on. The King of Cups is also a reminder not to repress emotions. It is essential to fully feel sadness, hurt, and fear, as well as happiness, fulfillment, and joy. We often avoid emotions, worried they will engulf us. So you really need to feel these emotions. And you know what? I'm being reminded of someone that used to tell me all the reasons why they couldn't feel their emotions. They would give me every reason. Like, I'd be like, you should just try and feel your emotions. And they would give me every reason why they couldn't. And maybe you have some of those reasons. One of them could be because, like, again, that person is coming to my mind very randomly. I haven't thought about this person in so long. But one of the reasons they gave is they didn't want their children to hear them cry. Why not? Like, you know what? How can I put this? First of all, if you don't want your children to hear you crying, cry into a pillow or a towel, a very thick towel. I've done it. I've sobbed on my bathroom floor. Second of all, there is nothing wrong with crying. And that's one thing that I used to hide from my children. And after I awakened and I realized, oh, wait a minute, it's healthy to feel emotion. I can remember the few times that I saw my parents cry, and it felt like the world was ending because it was not something that I was exposed to growing up. But after I awakened and I realized it's healthy to cry, it's healthy to feel those emotions, I started teaching that to my children. And so now on a bad day when I'm feeling emotional and they know that I'm feeling emotional, they're such sweet little kids. You know, they'll say, Mommy, are you okay? And I'll say, I'm just feeling emotional today. And they'll say to me, it's okay. It's okay to feel your emotions. That's perfectly healthy. Because it is. So if you're worried about your children hearing you cry, don't be. Normalize it. Like, I'm not saying to cry in front of your children all the time, but you also can't pretend that everything is okay forever, right? That's just going to harm you. You need to be able to feel your emotions. But anyway, there's something about truly letting yourself feel the sadness. I think that on a full moon, you should release all of this that you can. You should, what I like to do is I like to turtle on my bathroom floor. I put on the saddest music that I know will trigger me. I write down everything I'm releasing. I burn it. Watch the smoke go off into the moonlight. And then I shower or have a bath to release all of it. Again, have a really good cry. Do some release around the full moon. You can release whenever you want, but my suggestion is around the full moon. And again, counseling, if you have the resources to get counseling, highly suggest it. All right, let's see what your person should focus on or work on. What should your person focus on or work on? What were you? The strength. Interesting. We have judgment and the sun. So your person needs to focus on their awakening. Ace of Wands, they need to focus on what lights them up. Maybe even like taking action, I'm hearing, because the Ace of Wands represents going for it. So this person may need to focus on, like, if they have something they want to say to you, focus on going for it. But we have judgment and the sun. So your person just kind of they need to keep doing what they're already doing, which is a lot of self-reflection, self-evaluation, going through this awakening process, gaining clarity, healing, being in that divine masculine energy with the sun. All right, I want to see what's blocking this connection. What is currently blocking this connection? Well, I'll take it all. High Priestess as a blockage. Not listening to your intuition, definitely. So if you are learning tarot, usually with blockages, you take the reversal. So what's blocking this connection? Repressed intuition. Oh my goodness. Confusion, cognitive dissonance. When the High Priestess is reversed, it can mean that you are finding it difficult to listen to your intuition. It is time for you to meditate and try a new approach. For at this moment, the rational approach will not work. Ignoring intuition, hiding true self, feeling isolated, rejecting intuition, not knowing all the facts. So these are the things that are blocking this connection on both sides. Very interesting. And then we have the Eight of Pentacles, which I can already tell you what this is. Something about your person neglecting this connection, I believe. What's blocking this connection? Neglecting connection. I knew it. I see you, whoever you are over there. I knew it. Neglecting connection, not putting in enough effort. And remember I said they're having a new perspective of you as the Queen of Cups and deserving of reciprocal energy. And that's how I knew. That's exactly how I knew what this person was up to in the past. It feels like you were the one dedicating yourself and they were not. They were neglecting this connection. Interesting. Also, impatience could be blocking this connection right now. Look at this. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse says you need to take a break and rest. And what was the advice I gave you? So that's one of the blockages here. The Three of Cups can also talk about, the Three of Cups to me also represents a lack of reciprocal energy, a lack of flow as a blockage. And for some of you, there could have been third-party interference. That doesn't necessarily have to mean love. It could have been that the third-party interference was this person's job, friendships. Maybe they wanted to go out with their friends and party all the time. What else for Three of Cups as a blockage? That's quite a few blockages that came out. Isolation, loneliness, solitude, imbalanced social life. Short but exciting romance. That came out twice for this. So I feel like this could have been a short romance and then you quickly went into separation. And a third-party interference coming in between you. Again, that doesn't have to be love. So, also, the advice of the Three of Cups is to reconnect to what brings you joy again. So you need to, focus on the things that bring you enjoyment right now. All right. So I'm going to ask now, what is the future of this connection? What is the future of this connection, please, Spirit? What is the future of this connection? I don't know what's under that. I don't know what's under that, but we got Two of Cups on the bottom, which I already talked about it earlier. So in the future, it shows two people coming together and exchanging cups and being very open and honest about how they feel about each other. That's in the future. We have the King of Wands, so we have this person taking control of this situation is what I'm seeing. Hanged Man energy, new perspectives on love, which they already have right now. But this person is going to show you a new perspective about this connection. I'm really curious as to what's underneath that card. I'll look in a minute. It's almost like, I don't know, it's almost like you're afraid. Like, I'm picking up on this energy, like I'm afraid to look at what's underneath that card, even though I'm not afraid. I used to be afraid of tarot, actually, because clearly I was hiding. Clearly I was hiding in the shadows. I can remember my friend would be like, do you want to go get a tarot reading? And I'd be like, no, thank you. Because I knew that if I went, the tarot reader or the cards would, they would know that I was hiding in the shadows. So after a period of waiting and suspension, new perspectives on love. This can't be rushed is what this is saying. Whatever's underneath this card. Whatever's underneath this can't be rushed. We have the Ten of Swords in reverse. So the Ten of Swords in reverse is about lessons being learned. It's about, do you know what I think it is? I haven't pulled out my book this much in so long. And I think it's because of the energy that I'm getting from you. Like, I just want to confirm all of these messages for you. Improvement. Look, Ten of Swords in reverse. So after a period of sacrifice, which you're already going through right now, after this cannot be rushed is what Spirit's saying. But what's coming in the future is this open and honest conversation, this person taking action towards you. Ten of Swords in reverse, improvement, healing, lessons learned. Healing from the past, putting a relationship back together. This one talks about reconciliation. So that's the outcome here. Now, I am just going to go get my dogs because I feel like they're downstairs. It's very quiet downstairs and I feel like they're down there all alone and I don't want them to be alone. Whoops. So I'm going to go get my little puppies and I'll be right back. I'm back and I have puppies. They're not actual puppies, but they were very depressed downstairs. They thought I forgot about them. And it just made me think of this reading because I feel like you possibly think your person has forgotten about you. Anyway, so we're going to get into the future outcome now with these cards. Let's take a deep breath. We have new beginnings, judgment energy, new beginnings, judgment. Starting a new life, finding a purpose, a forgiving and compassionate review of the past. That is beautiful. And judgment does represent like a renewal, and it can represent making adjustments in love. So that is beautiful outcome. I like that. New beginnings. We have clarity of belief. Beautiful. That's Ace of Swords. So communication, clarity of belief. So you're going to see that everything you believed in or what your intuition was trying to tell you was true. You're going to believe in this is what I'm hearing. We have the bouquet. You also have an outcome energy with this deck, which I didn't get for anybody else. We have the bouquet, which again, very positive. Look, a dragonfly. If you were looking for a sign, we have dragonfly. Dragonfly, like finding things out, things coming to light. And when you think about the dragonfly lives its life in darkness, and then it sees the light and it feels compelled. It trusts its inner knowing to crawl towards the light. So that's very beautiful. So bouquet, I believe bouquet is a very positive card. Bouquet symbolizes gifts, celebrations, greetings, meetings, and pleasant emotions. Enjoying the moment. This card speaks of the joys of life, invitations to visit, pleasant meetings, romantic dates, signs of attention, rewards, bonuses, beneficial offers, financial well-being, and good health. You will be recognized and your efforts will be rewarded accordingly. The bouquet card is positive, predicting joy and victory. We have longing, missing you, let's talk reunion. Oh, that's beautiful. We have enlightenment. So something will come to light here. You will be enlightened. Let me look at that card as well. I don't even know how long this reading has been, but I didn't want to rush through this one. This one feels very important. Not that the other piles weren't important. Don't twist my words. Where is the book? Oh, there it is. Not that the other piles weren't important, but this one just needed some care. Positive, yes, enlightenment. Positive changes are coming. Yes. You are lightening up, feeling buoyant and free. Your connection to spirit is deepening. Old beliefs of who you are and what you deserve in life are falling away, replaced by incredible new paths. That is beautiful. And then for these cards, we have strength. So you have 2 19s here, which is, listen, that's the happiest card in the deck, the sun energy. So it's like you have 2 yeses here. Strength. Perhaps this person having the strength and you to communicate how you honestly feel. This is fennel, if that's important to anyone. And we have the grape, abundance, beautiful. My friend, that's some good outcome energy. So let's get you a few surrender cards. What do you need to surrender? Or what does your person need to surrender? We have surrender comparison with other people. So you could be comparing yourself to others, or you could see happy couples out or happy things happening online, and you could be comparing yourself to them. Keep your eyes trained on yourself. Focus on your own strengths, attractiveness, and power. Your person could have also, the fact that I was seeing them as a page, and I kept saying how young they felt. They don't necessarily have to be younger than you. They could have just been more immature than you. But they could have been comparing themselves to you. But let's see what you both need to surrender. Surrender to creativity. Surrender to miracles. Surrender to obsessive thinking. So the creativity one is important because when you surrender to creativity, it raises your vibration. Let your imagination soar. Stay open to all creative ideas about how to pursue a dream or solve a problem. Surrender obsessive thinking. If you're obsessing about a person or situation, turn the dilemma over to spirit. Doing so will help you bring clarity or even solve the problem. Surrender to miracles. Be open to miracles occurring in your life. Feel and know that these events are real. Let go of any resistance and banish any doubt that a miracle can happen. That's beautiful. I've never gotten that card before. Surrender negative thinking. You have control over your thoughts. When negative thoughts surface, say, thank you for sharing, and quickly refocus on positive affirmations. So retrain those negative thoughts. Replace them with positive ones. And we have surrender to the beauty of the natural world. And I did say you should take a break. Like if you can, go away for a weekend or go away for a day. Take a relaxing break and spend time in nature. Replenish yourself by feeling the beauty and the ecstasy there. All right, so we'll get some charms and letters now. I'm just going to get a tarot pin, but I'm going to dig for it. I have my eyes closed. Oh, look, I got 2. Interesting. So hopefully you can see this because it's 12:30 in the morning. We have the star. Don't give up hope. Don't give up hope. The star. And what are you? What the heck is that? Temperance. Sorry, I couldn't figure out what that was. It's temperance. So be patient. Trust in divine timing. I know it's hard to hear. And let's get you some charms. You have a lot of charms. So we have the hot air balloon, ascension. Look, we have the message. So I do feel like you'll hear from this person. And the fact that it's the black one, I just feel like this person is going to reach out to you. I feel like they have things they want to say. We have the black butterfly. We have the snowflake, very delicate situation. One of a kind connection I'm hearing. We have the turtle, so very slow moving. We have the seahorse. This seahorse has come out in every pile. And we have another seahorse to go with it. There's a lot of black charms in this, making me think of divine masculine energy. These 2 seahorses can also represent the lovers when they're together. We have the black swan, so definitely you could resonate with counterparts. We have the acorn, and the acorn, that little acorn grows into a big, strong tree. Just remember that. We have the cup. It was actually upside down, I think, so that could be symbolic of you. Try to look at it try to change your mindset. Like if you look at the cup as half empty, try and see it as half full, is what I'm hearing. We have a Pegasus. That's beautiful. What? Hang on. I have no idea what card it is, but Spirit just said to look in this book, so just bear with me for a minute. Could I tell by the table of contents, maybe? Yes, I can. Pegasus, transcending obstacles. I just opened right up to that. That is so... Anyway, you were meant to hear this message. You're on the pilgrimage of the soul. It's time to transcend the weight of earthly burdens. Fly over situations that have been pulling you down. Don't involve yourself with the drama of others. When you remember that you have come from spirit and are eternal, challenging situations will resolve. A profound transformation is at hand. Wow. I haven't used that deck in so long. I just randomly pulled it out today. We have 2 wheels here, so both of you taking control of your destiny. We have the starfish. We have the broken heart. That came out in every pile today, and I think every pile was in separation, if I'm being honest, which makes sense because I almost felt called to do a no contact reading, and it just kind of turned into one. We have a cactus, and sometimes I've asked for a cactus for a sign for myself because to me it felt completely random, so maybe you asked to see a cactus. Also, the cactus is flowering. There could be a message about that. I feel like they don't flower very often, or it takes a long time for them to flower. We have a guitar, so music could be symbolic. We have a single rose, Beauty and the Beast could be symbolic, and we have a little blue kitty. 11:11 on my timer, since I paused it to go get my dogs. And let's get you some letters. I'm just going to get a few more. All right. We have N, U, R, D, P, Y, D, 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 holy cow. Q, J, W, K, O, K, Z, P, V, J, J, R, C, P, M, W, S, D, S, G, P, L, O, M, H, K, O, E, U, A, J. I want to get a few more. There's a bunch of them stuck in the corner here. I'll take some of those. Thank you. We have B, L, J, Y, T, U, W, F, A, B, I, V. So remember, you're looking for initials or full names. All right. So I'm glad I came back and did this reading tonight. And my friends, as always, I am sending you lots of love and light. Take care of yourself. Show yourself some love. You need some tender love and care right now. And I think that right now you need to be the one to give that to yourself. But yeah, as always, I'm sending you lots of love and light, my friend. I'm sending you a big hug. If you like hugs, some people don't like hugs. I understand. But if you want a virtual hug, I'm sending you one. And I will talk to you soon. Bye.